Okay, well, part 2 did not go as bad as part 1, right? So we'll gladly take that as a little bit of a dub, where we didn't lose by 40 again tonight, but we did lose by 18. So obviously still not great, but I'll gladly take an 18-point loss over that 40-point loss that we had, where we can hit a shot or we can hit a 3 in our first 23s attempted. It wasn't like the percentage was great tonight. We actually hit less 3s tonight than last night, but you know, I'll gladly take this over what we witnessed last night. Well, I wasn't exactly that happy with the initial effort by the Bulls. Just like I'm just like the first couple minutes. It just didn't seem like they were that locked in. I saw some kind of just mistakes. Obviously Billy had to call a timeout early because Kobe White was by the half court line. So you kind of see him there. So it wasn't like a timeout to like, oh, we gotta, you know, we're playing bad. It was just say, hey, you know, we're gonna have to call a timeout here just to save Kobe. But overall in that first quarter, though, it was just better throughout the quarter. Bulls looked really solid after like the initial couple of minutes there, and then they did a good job of kind of going like 2 different runs to kind of tie up the game in that first quarter. So that, like, we saw them go down a little bit, but then they came back, which was good. Then the rest of the game, though, unfortunately, you can just kind of see by the box score, but it was just us just watching this game. It kind of just felt like the Pistons were like just slowly like just gaining a lead, like little bit by little bit. So it wasn't like, oh, we were down by 20 this entire game, at least, right? We were down by 20 in the third quarter, but it wasn't like, oh, we're down by 20 basically at the start of the game. So I'll take this over, well, obviously we saw last night, and I'll take this over, you know, basically being down by 20 at the start of the game, and the game's like basically over after like 5 minutes. So I'll definitely take that. There's definitely more positives to talk about in this game, so we'll talk about some of the positives. Maybe get into some film breakdown, because I know I won't be seeing you guys for a little bit here, because we're officially, for the Bulls specifically, we're at the All-Star break now. We'll talk about you know, Buzelis heading into the All-Star break. We'll talk about heading into the dunk contest. We'll talk about the All-Star break just in general, just kind of our thoughts on the format and how things are going to look there. Bulls had 3 technical fouls this game, so that's something just to kind of get into and just kind of break that down at least. Yeah, we're gonna kind of just project like the last, I guess now 27 games of the season. Won't lie, not feeling amazing right now with how things are looking, and with the reported news from today that the Bulls turned down a first round pick for Lonzo Ball. I'm not feeling amazing, man. But at least right now we're not winning just kind of some random games here and there due to some vets, right? At least we're losing, but unfortunately, as much as I'm praying to God that Philly can somehow find a way to win, Brooklyn beat them tonight. So I guess if there's anything, it's that Brooklyn's now on a 3-game winning streak, and they're now tied with Philly in terms of record. So I guess we have 2 teams to now root for to pass us up in the standings. But yeah, still not looking amazing right now. So I'm gonna be interested just to kind of see how this is gonna just turn out. We'll talk about this moving forward. But in general with this game, I'm not like, you know, it's kind of easy to compare to last night, but we're just gonna kind of just go off of what we saw tonight and try to forget too much about last night. I know I've been like talking about, you know, we didn't lose by 40 or anything, but this was overall it's better by the Bulls, I think on all aspects. Defensive effort was clearly better. The offensive overall, just in pushing tempo and them trying to like really find open guys quickly, I could see the effort there. Now it's not gonna show up in the box score, right? You only had 23 assists in total, but that's also because you only made 9 threes tonight. So as much as it's like, yeah, the shooting was poor, at the same time, I've said like this Bulls team just lacks overall just shot makers, and the offense is going to struggle without Zach. We're seeing it. The offense has struggled without Levine in the past couple of games, and even go back to the Warriors game in that second half. But that's not me saying like, oh, we're not running good action, we're not, you know, shooting open looks. So we're getting a lot of open looks. It's just they're not going down. So I appreciate that from the Bulls, as the offense looked flat out awful in the first game against the Pistons. This obviously looked a lot better. So I just appreciate that, at least, where we're still trying to push tempo. We're still trying to just spread the floor effectively, and we're going to be looking to drive and kick as much as possible. That needs to continue, even if we're not making shots. The Bulls, I mean, at least in this game, they continued that even when we couldn't make a damn 3. So that's good to see. The other thing I want to just give a shout out to this, guys, is that we got to the free throw line a lot this game. That's something that I you know, this Bulls team doesn't get to the free throw line anyway. Losing Zach doesn't help that, but seeing the guy shoot 30 free throws is a good sign. Hopefully more of that just moving forward. I don't even care who it is, just seeing more of that, that's just good to see. It's not going to continue, I promise you that won't continue, just because this Bulls team doesn't have the guys to get free throws, but hopefully that does continue, and we'll see higher free throws attempted moving forward. So good job there. Defensively, I was not too happy with some of the things, but in terms of guarding Cade Cunningham, I think they were okay. I was happy that Billy did kind of switch things up when it came to guarding Cunningham in that second half after he kind of got off to like a good start in that third quarter. So that was nice. But last but not least, I will say this, man. Just an in general thing before we get into the details. Billy needs to do much better right now in terms of his rotations. Tonight was unacceptable. Buzelis got only 9 minutes in that first half. Buzelis hit the 25-minute mark for the game, though, so like I'm not gonna be here complaining too hard about Buzelis' lack of minutes. But when it comes to just everything in general right now, like this isn't just like talking about Buzelis' minutes, just talk about everybody's minutes, okay? Dalen Terry or Julian Phillips right now, one of those two needs to be playing every single night. I don't care which one it is, but one of those two guys have to play. Especially now that Patrick Williams might miss some time here, one of those two have to play. I don't care which one it is, just one of those two have to play. Kevin Huerter has been absolutely atrocious since he's gotten here. That's not me, you know, trying to hate too much on him, but this is just proving why I said he was deadweight, because I've been aware that he has not been playing well this season. This is the reason why. So Huerter somehow, some way, still got 17 minutes in this game, and I'm just shocked that he did. Billy's been, you know, he's been like not very lenient with guys this year. He's been taking guys out if at any point he thinks that they've been playing pretty bad. Giddey and P. Wall have been the two guys that he always takes out like as quickly as possible with a short leash. But then most recently we've also seen Ayo and Kobe also get that sort of that sort of treatment with how if they're not playing great, he'll just take them out. Kevin Huerter, even though he's been playing absolutely atrocious on both ends of the floor, by the way, he still got 17 minutes tonight. That's unacceptable. Billy needs to do better with these rotations. Julian Phillips checked in probably because P-Will was injured, but just also the Bulls had nobody else to guard Cunningham with Io pick up his 4th foul. That sort of stuff, it just needs to get better from Billy. I don't care what it's going to take from Billy Donovan, but he needs to just do better with these rotations. Kobe White also played like 35 minutes tonight, and he was absolutely god-awful yet again. Now, it's funny because the time he did come out, he hit 2 straight threes, and Billy took him out. It was just like, I'm like, what the hell is Billy doing? So, either way, though, I'm not happy with the rotation tonight. I think it was just, there's too many guys playing too many minutes there, were playing awful tonight, and did not deserve to have more playing time. Billy, like, maybe I'm not saying he needs to fix his rotation, but maybe I'm saying that he really needs to, if he's going to be, hard on one guy about something, then he really needs to be hard on another guy. So I don't know what's going to take when it comes to that, but he really needs to just do better. Because certain guys, like this guy tonight, this guy, like, he does not deserve to play 35 minutes if he's shooting 2 of 14 and making horrible decisions in both the transition game and in a half-court game. Flat out awful decisions by Kobe White tonight. The past 8 quarters for Kobe have been awful. It sucks because he's had a 5-game, like, nice stretch, but this is just unacceptable from Kobe. So don't know why he played 35 minutes tonight. I don't need to see it. And I mean, I already talked about Kevin Huerter. Like, I mean, this is unacceptable, honestly, from Billy too. The guy can't make a damn 3-point shot. That's the only thing he really does. He picked up 4 fouls also in 17 minutes. Like, I don't need you out there, honestly. So the way I don't want to, it's hard to explain this in like a better sense for me, just because I am also like, I watch baseball, but the best way I can explain this is like, this should just be like a spring training where whoever's playing well, like, you got to just give them more time. If you're not playing well though, like, just go ahead and just put them on the bench. This really shouldn't be a set rotation from here on out, besides Buzelis needs to get at least his 25 minutes a night. But after that, it should honestly just be like, okay, if you're giving me good effort, you stay on the floor. If you don't, then you just go on the bench. None of you guys here right now, including Nikola Vucevic, are any sort of all-star caliber player. You need to go out there and give me your best every single night, or else you should just be getting some bench. I don't need you to, I honestly just don't need to see you out there right now. So it's funny because I think Billy was actually more like, he was more hard when Levine was still here. Like, he'll take guys out pretty quickly, but then since the trade, he's been just like trying to run with his typical guys. And when their typical guys aren't playing too great, and one of them happens to be one of the guys you traded for in the Levine trade, I think you just need to just bench them for now. Again, none of these guys, in my opinion, need to be looked at, like, in terms of like, oh, we need to give you extended minutes besides Buzelis. I think I've gotten enough of what Josh Giddey is this year. Like, I don't need to see more. Like, Pat, I know he's already been benched, so I guess if there is one thing Billy's done is bench Pat. I understand we need to get a look at, Trey Jones, Kevin Huerter, and Zach Collins, but Zach Collins isn't even playing, and Kevin Huerter has been absolute garbage in these 3 games. So I personally don't need to see too much from these guys. I already thought that they were dead weight, specifically Huerter and Collins. I think Trey Jones will be interesting. He had a nice night tonight, but I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind just kind of Billy just being harder on some of these guys, because this, overall, from like last game into kind of part of this game, I'm not happy with some of the effort, honestly. Mostly on the defensive end, where it's just kind of looked pretty bad. And, well, bro, this guy right here, I think this guy also just deserves to get his minutes cut. Like, there were so many times I saw him miss a rotation tonight and didn't fight for a rebound when he should be fighting for a rebound. Like, bro, you're the vet. Like, I get that you're the vet, you have vet status, but if you're not going to be fighting at least for a simple rebound like you should be, then I also just don't need to see you play. So that's all I'm just gonna kind of open with tonight, and I'm gonna go right to you guys now. Kobe needs to come off the bench, 6-man. We need another star shooting guard to replace Levine. I don't know if we need another star shooting guard, but we definitely need another scorer, right? I don't care really what position it is, but we definitely need some more scoring moving forward, right? Kobe off the bench, I wouldn't mind it, honestly, but I think if the Bulls are going to try to maximize his trade value, he's probably going to be starting from here on out, and that's fine. But, Kobe off the bench and his next role, whatever team that's on, I think that is the correct decision, because I think he's a bench player. Coming out for wasn't going to succeed anyway, but coming back in did nothing to help. Oh, I agree. I think Kobe coming back in absolutely did nothing to help come back. He hit the 2 threes, but that's literally all he did today. He did nothing else, honestly. Not this season. Oh, I see what you're saying, Christopher. Yeah. Next season, I can get behind Kobe coming off the bench next season if he's still on the team for whatever reason. I've been adamant that he should be traded, but Yeah, he can come off the bench next season. That's fine. Look better with the ball in Giddey hand in the fourth than Kobe by a margin, and Io for the alt minutes, to be honest. I mean, I think Io was by far the best ball handler tonight. Like, I don't think there was even a debate. I do agree that Giddey looked better in the fourth. He finally was attacking the basket and getting some free throws. He also hit some threes, which was good. I think that's honestly the best his form has looked all season long, so hopefully that's a good sign. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Giddey definitely deserved the ball more than Kobe down the stretch. I mean, Kobe was just flat out awful. Kobe coming back in at no purpose. He wasn't adding offense, certainly not defense. Oh, bro, Kobe, he got absolutely just, like, wrecked on the Cade Cunningham ISO earlier. I was just like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, see, people tell me still that Kobe plays defense, and I'm just like, I'm not saying that he doesn't try, but I'm saying that his effort, like, it doesn't matter how much effort he gives me. He just isn't a good defender. And he just got absolutely smoked on like, a Cade Cunningham drive, and I'm just like, God, guys, like, this just is unacceptable, man. Like, I know that if that was Patrick Williams, for example, like, he gets benched, right? But, you know, I guess Kobe has hit that sort of status with Billy where he isn't gonna get benched right now. Ray Charles, Kobe's decision making is just not there. Oh, it hasn't been, honestly, for most of the season. But yeah, especially recently, these 2 games, like, it's just been awful. What's going on, Calvin? Yeah, extremely tough. It is extremely tough, man. Soft and down decision making. When Kobe didn't pass that ball up to Julian Phillips on that fast break attempt, where Phillips knocked the ball away, and Phillips had a direct line drive to the basket on a fast break, and he just didn't throw it up to Phillips to catch that one, I was pretty livid at that. I was like, you've got to be kidding me, bro. Like, that play right there, at least in my opinion, that's straight up like you get benched. Phillips got the defensive stop. He's guarding Cade Cunningham, by the way, and did a pretty damn good job on Cade Cunningham. And Phillips got the steal, and he has a line drive to the basket. No one's in front of him on a fast break, and you didn't throw the ball up to him. That's insane to me. I was shocked to see Kobe not throw that up to him, and I guess I shouldn't be shocked because this is what Kobe's done all season long. But that's unacceptable to me. That sort of play right there was unacceptable. From Kobe. Like, I can't live with that. So once again, I'm just, you know, I'm here saying, like, you know, I'm not trying to be like I was right, but I mean, people did come in and tell me that Kobe was better than LaVine before the season started. I was like, you're insane. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but Kobe is not better than Zach LaVine. I don't think Kobe will ever reach Zach LaVine in terms of how well Zach plays. Yeah, this is just kind of just how we're at with Kobe. Should have been traded at the deadline. Didn't trade him for whatever reason. Not great at all. It was okay. Not to put everything on Kobe. Giddey also missed on a few good drives he made early. But Kobe's just saying on an otherwise okay game. I mean, I don't think Kobe was the only problem, right? I mean, Kevin Huerter was flat out disgustingly bad. I think Jalen Smith really wasn't looking that amazing either. And I think Vooch also missed some easy shots that you should be making. Buzelis also didn't have the best night tonight. So like, it's not like Kobe was the only issue tonight, but I mean, for sure, Kobe did not look great. Like this, he was by far the worst player tonight yet again, and he was the worst player last night on everyone played poorly that night. So yeah, not great at all. He is injured and needs to just rest. Well, with the All-Star break officially here, I'm hoping that the guys, if any of them are dealing with some sort of nagging injuries, then they need to get their rest now. Right now, when it comes to this Bulls team, I'm just like with, you know, you don't have Zach, right? You don't really have a go-to guy. I know like everyone thinks Vooch is the go-to guy right now, but let's be honest with ourselves, he isn't. Like there's no go-to guy. Like, so I'm honestly looking for, when it comes to this, like for the rest of this year, I'm just looking at who gives me effort, man. Like, I'm not asking for you to, like, missing shots is one thing for Kobe. Like, you know, if Kobe misses a wide open 3-point shot, but it was a good open look, I can live with it. Like, you missed a shot, that's fine. It's what we're talking about is the decision-making problem that he's having right now, where he drives to the basket when he shouldn't. He tries to, like, do a jump pass when he shouldn't. He doesn't throw the ball up in a fast break opportunity to Julian Phillips when he absolutely should, right? Like, it's these issues with Kobe that's the problem. And then he'll like take like some three that is just unnecessary at the end of it. That's the stuff that I can't live with. That's the problems I don't want to see more of that. So, you know, if you're not going to give me the good effort on offense or defense, like, hey, you just go to the bench. Like, that's just kind of what I'm looking at here. because I actually do think that right now with this current roster, it should just be, hey, it's open battle. If you haven't played well in the past 5 games and not give me good effort, hey, you wanna start the game on the bench the next 5 games? Go ahead. Like, keep playing this badly, and then you go on the bench for the next 5 games. How about we'll get DT in here. We'll start Dalen Terry for the next 5 games, because you're not giving me anything right now. So as much as I want to, look, I'm not here to ever. I want you guys to understand. I'm never here for anybody to like. I'm never rooting for anybody to fail. I don't want players to fail. I want every player to succeed as much as possible. But this sort of stuff here that we saw from Kobe recently, and what we've seen from honestly multiple moments throughout the season, it's problematic. Like, we can't continue this sort of level of effort and just be like, okay, next game. Like, that's unacceptable. And if Billy's gonna be trying to be the guy of like, hey, you know, you got to earn every minute, like he said to Montes Buzelis to start the season, I'm like, well, what is Kobe doing recently? I understand in a nice 5-game stretch, but Kobe's had many moments this year where he has not played well on either end, not giving good effort on either end, and that's the problem, at least in my opinion. That you're not being consistent about it. And I'm officially at the point now with Kobe where he's been too inconsistent, where I'm like, I can't give you the benefit of the doubt now. You know, if Zach has a bad game, that's one thing. But if Kobe White has a bad game and then it's another bad game and another bad game, like, I can't give you the benefit of the doubt. Billy just short fuses on some players like Boozer, like getting the third. He just seemed pissed at them and didn't even play them for extended time. But Kobe, it's for sure keep playing, missing everything. Oh, yeah, I don't understand it at all. So I don't know if Billy just holds him as like the best player currently on the roster. But I mean, honestly, I mean, there is an argument that if Kobe is right, like, he's the best player currently on this roster. But I mean, I hope Billy doesn't think that. Can Kevin Huerter opt out this offseason? I hope he does at this point. Kevin Huerter has a guaranteed contract. So no, he cannot opt out. I know that's a joke though. I wish, bro. I genuinely wish Kevin Huerter can just opt out. But I mean, why would he? He's played so badly this year. This is arguably the worst year of his career. He would not go out and get $18 million in the open market right now. So if he did have a player option, he's opting in. But I mean, yeah, the Bulls are stuck with his contract. I mean, this is the reason why I was saying that Kevin Huerter's dead weight. Like, people said, no, Duncan, just wait. It'll be okay. Kevin Huerter's not that bad. I'm like, no, you guys don't understand. He's been bad this year. I know Kevin Huerter in Atlanta looked really good, and the first year in Sacramento looked pretty solid. But this year specifically for Kevin Huerter, he's been awful. He's just been bad. So I understand what people are like, oh, he'll be okay. He'll figure it out. A new change of scenery. I'm just aware of how bad he's been this year. This is the reason why I said the trade was horrible. But you know, it's just again, I don't want Kevin Huerter to be this bad. I want him to succeed, but I just look at the way he's playing and I'm like, he might just be washed. I said it when the trade happened. I'm like, bro, he has not looked good at all this year. He's missed the most amount of open threes by any player this year. Like, he just has been bad. It's just the case. You're gonna hope that it's just a 1-year down year, right? But if your one thing is you can shoot and you can't shoot anymore, then unfortunately you're looking at being out of the league very quickly. The best shooters have always been able to just consistently shoot no matter what. If Huerter with the injuries just doesn't have the legs anymore to shoot, like, it sucks, but I mean, you're just out. Like, there's nothing else that you really do in a game. Definitely can't feel confidence without BD does it. Needs to mentally manage team members better for consistency, as that's a key thing for a head coach to do. I mean, look, like, maybe Billy's just still in the whole mode when it comes, like, maybe he's still in the whole mode of like, oh, we still have a star. Like, there's certain guys that like have reached the status where it's like you're star level, and it's like, okay, you give them the benefit of the doubt and you let them play through. But unfortunately, when I just look at this specific team, I don't see that. Like, none of these guys are stars. I don't consider Vooch an all-star. Like, none of these guys, at least in my opinion, if you're not gonna give me the effort, I don't give you the benefit of the doubt, right? If you have a bad turnover and then another bad turnover, which Io did have that. Io did get pulled, but he also picked up his 4th foul. But it's these moments where it's just like, if you're not gonna give me the good effort and not be locked in, yeah, I'm just gonna bench you, because we have too many guys right now that we gotta play, and if you're not giving me that effort, then I'm just not gonna play you. So I'm not a head coach of an NBA team, but with this specific roster right now, it's not like you have a Cooper Flagg on the team, right? It's not like you have a top 3 overall pick that you have to play. I know Patrick Williams is 4th overall, but we already know about him. Yeah, I'm just at that point now where I'm like, I could just live without, if guys are not giving me the effort. That's all. So, Billy's got to figure it out, but we're stuck with him from here on out, honestly. Let's see. Sorry, I scrolled way too far down. So we playing Craft still get 35 minutes. Yeah, would I've been happy 10 of those at least going to Boozer Phillips at the Brave tonight, or even Terry. Yeah, I was actually saying that when Aya picked up his 4th foul, I was like, okay, well, maybe you just gotta throw in Dalen Terry, because I think Dalen might be your best option against Cunningham. But he threw in Phillips, which was good. I mean, Phillips did well, so I guess I'll give Billy that. All right, give me Sanogo if he recovers, or over Vooch, with Vooch not even taking open threes he would previously take when he was focused. Well, I mean, it's not even like the open threes issue. Like he's not rolling as hard to the basket anymore. He's not setting hard screens anymore. He's also, again, like defensively, he just is like, bro, I need you to get that rebound, and you're not even trying. Like it's, again, I don't need to see him anymore. Like I already think that he's basically now worthless with the whole contract thing now, and you didn't trade him at the deadline. I understand you're trying to get as much value as you can in from him, but I already think it's pointless at this point. But I know that they won't think about that. Buzaz had a rough night from 3, but I think he did a good job overall today. I think that Buzaz, again, when it comes to just being within the offense, I think Buzaz has always continued to do a good job. He's shooting open looks. He's not hesitating, right? And he had a nice drive today where he pump faked, and then I think it was a pump fake, but he drove to the basket, had the body control finish with his left. Like, that was very good. So yeah, I think Buzaz was all right. I'm not here to be like, oh, he absolutely sucked, but he did struggle overall with the shot today. The one other issue though, and so just because like I always do this with Pat, so I'm gonna do this with Buzelis. I think he could have got more rebounds. Like, there were some moments where I felt like he wasn't boxing out enough. So, again, if you're 6'10", I need you to rebound more. Now, granted, he's been better rebounder overall than Pat's, like, throughout this entire season. So, benefit of the doubt, I guess, a little bit, but he could have definitely rebounded a little bit more tonight if there's anything I'm going to be heavily picking on when it comes to his game. But in terms of him shooting his 3-point shot, yeah, he missed most, but I just appreciate he kept shooting it. So, yeah, just keep shooting that ball, no matter what. Also, think Eddie's form looked better tonight. I do think Eddie's form looked a little bit better tonight. I'm hoping that stays. But, I mean, we've just seen, obviously, we just don't know. Like, Giddy, he'll have, like, a nice form for, like, 2 games, and then the next game he's, like, bricking every 3. So, it looked a little bit better tonight. Hopefully that continues. He'll be smart enough to defend well at his height. I don't think I think his IQ is already pretty low. But, yeah, I would agree with that. Giddy pass to Booz for finishing from awful moves, my go-to of current roster, or I guess the pass if the right lane drive is open. Yeah. He's the only guy who actively looks for Matas consistently. Well, I think it's also just it's a change in the offense too. But I do think that Giddy has done the best at finding Matas in like those certain cut actions. I will say though, we didn't get to see much of Buzelis run pick and roll tonight. When Billy's been trying to emphasize that more, right? Like he said, like we're gonna try to get Buzelis more pick and roll opportunities, and we didn't get to see that. So, overall, it could just be yet again another Billy issue. Like, I mean, again, if you ever think that I'm a Billy defender, I criticize the hell out of Billy a lot. Okay, like this is a hey Billy, what the hell was this today? Type of stream. But again, I give him his credit what it's due. Like last night, like playing Buzelis 19 minutes, I was okay with it. Like the game was over basically at the beginning of the second quarter. Tonight though, everything just with the way that you're playing guys are absolutely playing god awful. And you're not running plays for the guy that you said you're gonna be running more plays for. Everything about it just was like, bro, there's some things I can't defend you on, honestly. Levine shooting like 20% from 3 for the Kings, but his presence has apparently re-energized DeMar, so they're getting wins still. Now, granted, I will say they played the Pelicans twice, so I mean they've won both games against the Pelicans. So, I don't know how much it's really helped the Kings, honestly. But Zach needs to find his shot again all of a sudden. Now, granted, I will say again, he missed a week and a half. He probably is really out of rhythm, and first couple of games for sure he was not in basketball shape, right? this game though specifically, I mean, he got to free throw line tonight 11 times and stuff like that, but this was probably arguably his best game tonight as a King, but it also wasn't great. He shot like 36% from the field. So, you know, hopefully after the All-Star break, he'll be coming back, you know, refreshed and trying to figure things out. But it is kind of bad timing for him because right now I think for Zach, he just needs to play more and just get his timing down right. But he had a break and then played like 5 games, and now it's another long break. So it's kind of just bad timing for him. But you are right that they're over 500 since he's gotten there, at least. At least that's something. DeMar's, you know, had that 42 piece the other night. Do you think THT will come off the bench again like he once was? You mean just like in the rotation again? Right now, no, I don't think so. I think Julian Phillips and Dale Terry are ahead of him currently in the rotation. THT has been pretty bad when he has played, but yeah, I would hope that THT does not play anymore, honestly. I would much rather see Terry or Phillips play over THT personally. Trey makes others better offensively. Are you talking about Trey Jones or are you talking about Trey Young? Because you spelled it as if it was Trey Young, but I don't know if you meant Trey Jones, because Trey Jones is TRE, just so you know. Pick and roll opportunities were available throughout most of the game. Oh, I agree. I think that Buzel's could have gotten a lot more pick and roll opportunities. Just didn't happen. I don't know if y'all have observed it, but Giddey, since playing better, D has actually been very vocal directing all-ball defenders, especially boost for rotating. I think in general, I think the guards have been trying to do that, but I will give Giddey the credit for sure. I do think Giddey has done trying to do a good job of trying to direct traffic. I will say his on-ball effort, I don't think has been that amazing, especially tonight. He had some rough moments on ball. Now, I'm not saying that's his fault, by the way, because Billy threw him on Kate Cunningham just for a little bit when I picked up his 4th, and I was just like, what are we doing, bro? Yeah, another thing where I'm just like, what is Billy thinking? But I do think that Giddey against K was not doing that good of a job of just trying to stay in front of him. But I will give Giddey that credit. He's trying to direct guys. But I also think though that when you do look at most of the guards, like they're also like kind of yelling at like certain guys, like, "Hey, go here." Especially when we're trying to like move in transition. It doesn't always work. Obviously, guys don't always listen very clearly. Trey Jones impressed me today. I want to see more of him initiating the offense. So yeah, Trey Jones, if there is the positive so far from the Levine trade, it has been Trey Jones, and he is the one guy that does intrigue me the most. He did a really good job today getting to the basket off of either pick and roll opportunities or just catching the ball and just driving hard to the rim quickly, using his speed to his advantage to try to get to the basket. Nice little floater he had today that he made a few shots with, which was good to see. I like to see that from Trey Jones. That's a very good sign. First game, obviously, we didn't really see much of it. He kind of struggled. Last game, he had some rough moments trying to get to the rim, and like he kind of flailed some shots up. But this was definitely the most he looked in control. I will also say this just for some of the guys that we did just that we did just talk about with how Zach like missed some time, right? I mean, Herder, Collins, and Trey Jones also did miss some time. I understand it doesn't sound like it like you think like, oh, I mean, they basically just missed like a week or something. Like that does matter. Like it does mess with your timings. You get out of basketball shape. Like I've always consistently talked about, like if you don't play consistently, you're gonna be out of basketball shape. I don't care, like even if it's just a small break, like you will lose some of that overall stamina that you have. So if there is anything, I will try to like throw a bone at when it comes to Kevin Herter specifically. Like he hasn't played in a bit, like from the Levine, like once the deal happened, right? They kept him out for a little bit, and so if there was any chance that he was maybe finding his rhythm, it's gone. You're kind of out of basketball shape. You're losing your legs quicker in the game. So maybe there's that when it comes to like Kevin Herter's struggles, but I also will say that like for like Trey Jones, like the first 2 games for Trey Jones didn't look too great. But again, he was probably missing some stuff, or him missing some time was just because, or him missing time maybe messed with his timings overall, and maybe he was out of basketball shape. So I'm hoping that we just continue to see better from these guys. I think Trey Jones tonight looked really solid. Him initiating off the pick and roll, and then him just like driving to the basket just off a catch and floating it over some of the bigger guys. So that's a great sign. Defensively, I've always said it. I think Trey Jones really fights hard defensively. Just the problem, he is small. So like kind of similar to like Kobe. Now, I do think Trey might have a little bit better instincts when it comes to staying on ball than Kobe, but unfortunately, Trey Jones, like, he just is small. So while he does give the effort, he just probably won't ever be like that impactful of a defender. But I did see the effort tonight from Trey Jones, fighting over screens, trying to stay in front of certain guys, and I appreciate that, you know. And he also did take a 3 today. He also took a 3 last game, I think, but this looked more in the offense, and he took the 3-point shot. Trey Jones has never been a good 3-point shooter, but I do need him to take it. If you're going to be, you know, a guard that is 6'2" or whatever, 6'1", I need you to take the 3-point shot. I don't really care how things are looking for you, but you got to take the 3. Again, as you can see here, he's never really been a 3-point shooter in his career. Like, he's actually been taking less 3s this year overall, like with the Spurs and the Bulls. So yeah, I don't really need him taking a bunch of 3s, but I do need him to shoot it. You gotta be willing to shoot it for me because it keeps the defense honest, and the only way you're gonna get better is if you start making some in game. So shoot more, please. Don't be afraid to take them, honestly. But good overall sign from Trey Jones tonight. Again, maybe he's your backup point guard. It's not a bad role, honestly. You kind of need a guy that doesn't really turn the ball over as your backup point guard. And you know, he'll be able to find a guy to guard easily off the bench. So yeah, I could definitely see a world where he is your backup point guard at the end of the day. Young mentioned related to Kevin stays better on Hawks. I see. Yeah, Trae Young does make, you know, a lot of people better with it when he plays with them. So yeah, yeah, you know, I guess Kevin Huerter looking pretty good with Atlanta. Trae Young's probably a big reason why. ASOP, when I see all Bulls players on the 3-point line, I get really peeved when the opposing team are on a fast break and Bulls are running alongside them as if they're Secret Service. Yeah, I won't lie, the transition defense has been bad all season long, but I expected that, so I'm not really that peeved about it. In terms of 5-out offense, I actually was hoping for that this year, so unfortunately kicked me down. I disagree with you on that. I'm fine with that, honestly. Staying 5-out, I think that's actually the proper thing to be running with this current squad. But could they use maybe a little bit more, just kind of changing their game every now and then? Sure. But I'm okay with 5-out offense, honestly. I think it's the best way to make sure you get enough drives and 3-point shots up per game. Huerter's 1 for 12 start from 3 as a Bull is distracting too many people from Kobe's 2 for 17 these last 2 games. At least Kevin has the trade excuse. That is very true. I will say I've seen a lot of people talk about how Kevin Huerter's just ass. And yes, he has been pretty awful. Sorry about the ad. My ad block just stopped suddenly. But yeah, I do think that people are not recognizing how bad Kobe has been recently. And even Stacey King is not really even saying anything about it. He's just kind of just like, man, he is struggling. But like it hasn't just been like struggling with the shot. Stacey King talked about like, man, he's really struggling with the shot. It's been like bad decision after bad decision from Kobe. So yeah, I really think that when it comes to, you know, people recognizing that, they have not done a good enough job recognizing. Yeah, Kobe's been pretty bad these past 2 games. It's been awful. At least for Kobe, he had the 5-game stretch. So I guess people are just like, okay, you know, bad 2 games. But Huerter has been bad all season long, unfortunately. So Giddey's a bad screen navigator and on-ball defender, but decent help D and off-ball for rotating, etc., and covering the gaps. I think Giddey's rotations aren't exactly the best, but when it comes to his like help defense, when it's like he thinks it's the correct timing to help on a drive, I think he does a good job of that. I also think then, like, when it comes to trying to kind of, if there's like a big man coming over, like, or big man catches the ball, he tries to help off of it. Like, I think he does a decent job of getting the deflection. But in terms of his rotations overall, like the proper rotations, it's been rough to watch. He's had a lot of misses throughout the year. But I do appreciate him being better with his hands, because he has to be better with his hands if he's going to have any chance of being just like an okay defender. As soon as Kobe came out from the locker room late in the 4th quarter, I was upset. Should have just stayed in the locker room and gone straight to the bench. I agree. Well, I did tweet out saying that I personally would not play him if he was available to come back. But yeah, Billy played him. Kevin Huerter's hot garbage. Seeing him play in the second half, you really have to question Billy Donovan's coaching decisions. Well, Kevin Huerter actually, if I'm remembering correctly, he barely even played in the second half. Like he didn't play at all in the third quarter. He started the fourth, and then he came out pretty quickly. If you're not aware, Kevin Huerter, he played 14 minutes in that first half. So maybe he probably shouldn't have seen the floor at all in the second half. But he actually really didn't play that much in the second half. He only played like 3 minutes. He played the part that I'm more frustrated about is that he played 14 minutes in that first half, and Buzelis got 9 minutes in the first half. Like that's the part that I'm more frustrated at, because it's like he didn't play at all. He didn't play well at all in that first half, and then all of a sudden he like you don't take him out when you probably should have, and Buzelis got only 9 minutes. Like that's the part I'm pretty pissed off about. Yeah, that's unacceptable by Billy Donovan today. Kevin Huerter tonight was just straight up unacceptable from what we saw. Does not deserve to get any more minutes than what we like. He should not have gotten 17 minutes tonight. Probably should have been benched for the rest of the game after that first half. Should not have gotten 14 minutes in the first half in general. Yeah, unacceptable. I mean, and it's not just about him missing shots. It's the fact that defensively he was straight up awful defensively, bro. Like the stuff that I saw today defensively for Kevin Huerter is unacceptable. I can't have that. People think Levine's a bad defender. Well, I present to you Kevin Huerter. Like, God almighty, bro. That's unacceptable effort for a guy that, again, your only thing is that you shoot threes. Like, you gotta give me some effort. And just like with Giddey, like I don't expect Giddey to be a good defender, but I need to see the effort. I need to see you giving effort on that end of the floor. I like Kobe, don't get me wrong, but if he's having a bad game, sit him down with our deficit and the no defensive plays. His decision making this game called for less playing time tonight. Completely agree, kick me down. Completely agree. Kevin Huerter's asshole season long, but even before the trade, he's been struggling in sack. I mean, Migs, I basically have been saying that since the trade happened. Yeah, you're completely correct. I was saying that Kevin Huerter is basically dead weight with his contract because he has been awful all season. So, yeah, I was not happy about getting him. Zach Collins, it also says dead weight. We're not even playing him right now. Yeah, not happy at all with how Huerter has obviously looked in the Bulls uniform, but I mean, Huerter has been bad all season long. What? Sorry, I just realized I completely turned off the music. Zinkick, he doesn't need to be getting the most shots/minutes on the team when he's playing like this. Oh, yeah, I mean, if Kobe's playing like this, bro, he does not need to play 35 minutes. Like, easily sit him. Just go ahead and sit him. By the way, Stacey King did call Trey Young at one point tonight. I did also say that. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah. I almost tweeted out, again, I don't want to make a Stacey King post every Bulls game, but I almost did, that when in the middle of the telestrator, he called Trey Young. And I'm just like, okay. Like, all right. I'm not gonna call him out on it, but bro. Granted, he is new. That is something, like, he is new to the team. But yeah, that's just, oh my god. Oh my, it's just so bad. Justin Phillips, bro, will never leave me. I will forever remember Justin Phillips because he said it for like 5 games straight. Like, Stacey King legitimately called Julian Phillips Justin Phillips for like 5 games straight. It was just constant today, it was just constant, like, in those games where it was just like Justin Phillips, like, oh, I mean, I want to see more Justin Phillips, or Justin Phillips did this. I'm just like, who the hell is Justin? Like, we don't have a Justin on this roster, bro. Like, if we had a Justin on the roster, I can understand, but there's no Justin on this roster. Like, how are we getting this one messed up, bro? There's no Justin. Like, Justin Lewis is gone. If we're gonna be talking about him, like, bro, like, it's just unacceptable at this point. You can't just be like, yeah, Justin needs to do this or whatever. Like, who's Justin? Like, call him by their last name if you have to. Like, just call him Phillips then if you can't get the name right. Palace playing some solid defense today. Having him might have helped the second half effort. Really? I didn't think it was that great defensive effort, but I guess I didn't pay too much attention to him, honestly. I mean, I thought he looked all right on offense if you want that, but I wasn't that thrilled with his defensive effort, honestly. I thought that he was having some rough moments, but maybe I wasn't paying too much attention. Granted, though, I mean, that's kind of what I do a lot with Pat. I just kind of forget he's out there on the floor, honestly. Like, that's just how bad it is sometimes with Pat, where I'm just like, okay, well, I know that you played. I just really didn't see you do anything at all. I think overall, like, you know, again, I'm not expecting great defensive effort, but tonight I do think that overall in this game, I think it wasn't that great overall. It was better compared to last night, but there definitely could be better moments when it comes to the defense, where guys clearly are not understanding the rotations properly, or we're seeing that the point of attack defenders don't fight over the screens enough. But more specifically, bro, Vucevic, man, I just, like, again, I don't expect him to be a good defender at all, but there are moments within the pick and roll set or defensive set where I'm just like, what the hell is Vuce doing? Like, he is just backing up, and there's like no one to back up to. Like, his guy is not even there. Like, he's just backing up so far back when you're like, Jalen Duren is not gonna be shooting threes over your head, bro. Like, Jalen Duren is a guy that is just a rim runner, and you're just backing up before like he even starts rolling to the basket, and you're not doing anything right. Like, it's not even a drop zone defense that you're playing. You're just straight up, like, you're backing up to the point where you're out of the play, and I get so confused by it with Vooch. And you know, it's just, he's very clearly checked out. I don't blame him. He should have been traded anyway. But yeah, I do think that when it comes to just anybody, again, like, if Vooch is not going to give me the effort that I need, like, and I'm not asking for a great defensive effort, but if you're going to not rebound effectively, like, and I understand he got 13 rebounds today, but there were too many times today where he clearly should have been trying harder for a rebound, didn't do anything about it. Should have been doing better in terms of rotating over on a drive by the Pistons, didn't do anything about it. Like, he just straight up just let him go, and then he's pissed off at his point of attack defender because he's like, yeah, you got, like, come on, bro, like, help. And it's just like, you're not doing anything either, bro. Like, it's such a bad look when he's like, he just talked about how yesterday that he's the vet on the team, he has to play better, he has to set the tone, and I'm just like, cool. So if you're gonna be the vet on the squad, why aren't you giving me better effort? Because you're supposed to be the guy that I can rely upon, that's gonna give me that consistent effort every single night, and he just didn't do that. So I don't know, just unacceptable, honestly, from everybody, and from a certain extent. Giving that minutes in the first half, awful. Billy thinks he's prime Klay Thompson. So you talking about Kevin Huerter? Yeah, Kevin Huerter played 14 minutes in the first half tonight. Yeah, I think it's just what Billy. I understand what Billy, that he's probably being tasked by the front office to play them because we have to see how they look, right? Like, he is being tasked by the front office to go ahead and play Kevin Huerter because it's like, well, I mean, we just traded for him. We have to get a good look at how he is. But again, just like with everybody, I've always said it. You need to go ahead and with this specific team, there needs to be a specific tone set where you have to bench guys that are not giving you that good effort. You just have to. This is not there's nobody on this roster that deserves benefit of the doubt. You're gonna be going out there and looking at, okay, who's giving me that effort? Who's gonna make sure that they're giving you consistent all-around effort on both ends of the floor and not making poor decisions consistently. That should be it. Like, you should just be looking at that, and then you reward those guys with minutes if you give me that. If you don't, then you get some bench. Like, just straight up, just get some bench. Even Vucevic badly wants to get traded. Imagine getting a chance to play with Steph Curry. Oh, I'm aware that he's probably pissed off as hell that he didn't get traded. But if that's the case, then you gotta at least play. If you want to get off this Bulls roster, you got to play well. Like, that's the unfortunate reality for him, is that you got to play well if you want to get off the Bulls, because there's no way in hell a team's gonna be trading for you if you're playing poorly. So I think others are better at rebounding than Pat, so at this point I want better boxing out. Yeah, I can get behind that. I do think Pat's a pretty poor rebounder. Bull/Donovan on 5 and out attempts. Step 1, get behind the 3-point line. Step 2, stay behind the 3-point line. Step 3, let clock run down. Step 4, scramble. I don't know if it's that fully, but I do think that poor decisions, especially with Kobe not doing the proper decisions and, you know, him trying to, like, force things, it doesn't help when it comes to, you know, running so much clock. I think Kobe in those specific moments are horrible. Like, he's just been horrible when it comes to, like, okay, you know, we're down to 10 seconds left in the possession. Like, what do we do here? Like, Yeah, I think he's been pretty god-awful with it. And all right, people need to back cut and move off ball more. Not trying to hype Giddy, but he does probably the most of everyone now that Zach is gone. Lonzo isn't playing. I mean, yeah, with especially that, you know, no Julian Phillips out there. Like, Phillips has been the most consistent cutter on this team, and he hasn't played a lot. I think Buzelis honestly has done a pretty decent job this year. Like, I'll give Buzelis that too. I think Buzelis has done a decent job. But between Kevin Huerter, Patrick Williams, Kobe White, like, these guys don't move. Like, they clearly just don't move enough. And it's been problematic at the end of the day. But also, here's what I will also say. Now, it's not like the Bulls don't isolate a ton, okay? Even when Levine was here, they didn't isolate a ton. But Zach was getting more ISO attempts than he got, like, this year specifically. He got more ISO attempts compared to last year where he was obviously injured. But then also in previous years. Like, Zach got more ISO attempts. He just straight up did. And unfortunately, like, with Levine gone, like, your offense has to severely change now because that is something that the Bulls did rely upon, is that, well, if Zach has the ball, you can rely on him getting past the first defender. So it is honestly best for you not to move that much. You just need to spread the floor properly, and he'll get past the first defender. You don't clog the lane, and you work off of that, right? But because now Levine is gone, right, it does require them to move better. Now, again, I've been adamant that I think the ball movement has been solid. Like, I think there were a lot of open looks tonight for the Bulls where the ball didn't go down. Like, I think that you could have easily seen this Bulls team get 30 assists tonight. If the ball just went into the hoop on, you know, more 3-point attempts just in general. Like, I can guarantee you, no matter what, the Bulls could have had at least 28 assists tonight if they just made 5 more threes. Like, I can guarantee that for you. There were a lot of open looks tonight for the Bulls where they just straight up missed, okay? So again, I think the ball movement is there. I mean, the shot distribution is there still. You just look tonight, like, I mean, most shots taken by one player's IO was 16, and he had a good night tonight. So, like, the shot distribution's there. I think that overall, that the ball movement is still there. In terms of, in general, player movement, there could be some better moments for sure. But I'm not going to be as critical from it because, again, like, you did rely on Zach to do a lot with this team. And I do think that I think that, again, like, if you have a guy that can isolate and really get past his first defender, it is honestly best for you not to actually move. You don't need to move. It's actually best for you not to move, to not clog up the lane and bring another defender over to him. But now, again, he's gone now, so it's like it's up to the other guys now to accommodate. And I do agree. I think that there should be a little bit more off-ball movement for certain situations. But at the end of the day, though, you've put into an offensive system already that's in place. It's hard to suddenly change your offense in the middle of the season, but granted, now there are All-Star break, so if there is a time to change it, it's probably now. When it comes to understanding, you know, like a fundamental change in the offense where you're seeing more off-ball movement, you're relying more heavily on back cuts and back screens and making sure that you have two guys moving at the same time, especially on the weak side. It's harder, though. And I will say it's harder to do that. Again, it's just immediately just like suddenly, oh, we're, you know, major player personnel change, new guys to be implemented in the offense anyway. It's tough. It's a really tough thing to do when it comes to this sort of stuff. Bulls need to do an IQ test for the next player drafted. OKC aims for smart players and it is notable. I don't know about that. I think Pokashevsky was pretty awful. But in general, I think that they do have some pretty smart players over there. Thought today on the list from the other day that Jalen Green from the Rockets would fit historical Bulls ideal draft. Also a stupid aesthetic scorer. What do you mean by that? Just a guy with low IQ and doesn't shoot the 3-ball very effectively. That's the way that the Bulls draft. I can kind of see it, honestly. You know, a guy that doesn't shoot the 3-ball that effectively and isn't that smart. Yeah, I can see the Bulls drafting that sort of guy for sure. Billy is the problem? Well, I don't think so. I think Billy is, you could argue, is part of the problem for the offense specifically. Now, if you're talking about the rotations, yeah, I agree Billy's the problem. I think Billy is definitely the problem when it comes to the Bulls rotations. I completely agree with that. In terms of the guy in the offense, though, it's just like, it's a hard time because you're trying to implement new guys to the system. You just had a major personnel change. Your best player's gone. Like, I do think that the Bulls need to change some things in the offense, but at the same time, again, it's a hard time because you're trying to accommodate for everybody, and you don't want to make major switches. But your offense ran through a guy that was one of the most efficient scorers in the league, right? So it now is a major switch where it's like, man, we don't have that anymore. Now what do we do? We just only know what we know from this year. So I think that at the end of the day, it's a little bit hard to, again, you have to make sure that Trey Jones, Kevin Huerter, Zach Collins all know the plays now. That's a lot. It's not easy for these guys just to suddenly come in and be like, okay, yeah, we know every single play from here on out. That's not easy. So it's kind of something just to always keep in mind. Then we got to make sure that everyone is up to date with certain stuff, but we can't make it too complicated where they're out there and we're like, man, we don't know what the hell, what play we're running, what action is this? It's hard. So again, we have the All-Star break here. Both should be getting in some practices with the All-Star break. And I mean, I know Buzelis is heading to San Francisco, but that's it. So if there's some time to practice some new offense, it would be after this All-Star break. So if you want to really get onto Donovan post All-Star break without the lack of offensive movement and lack of creativity on the offensive end, with again, you don't have a true number one, then sure, yeah, we'll get onto it then. But for now, though, we're talking about, again, we're looking at a major personnel switch that just happened. Your best player is gone, and you got to implement 3 new guys. That's tough in itself. I understand people think that it's not, should be simple, but that's not easy. It's just at the end of the day, it's just not an easy thing. We're talking about professional basketball players. We're not talking about, hey, go play a pickup game here. This isn't just a rec league game. Okay, this is hey, we actually run certain sets. We run certain defense. There's certain things that we do on offense. This isn't just oh, let's just go and we'll just kind of wing it. That's not a thing that the NBA does. They've never done that. I mean, the Bulls always seem to love that kind of player so much. Historically, I think you could say that. Chris Dunn, right? He's a good defensive player, though. Right now, I choose Giddey over Kobe. He's younger, and I think he has a higher ceiling. I mean, yeah, I think if you're going to be talking about, again, it's all about context for me. If I had to choose to keep one long term, it is definitely Giddey, just because of the situation with his contract. Restricted free agent versus Kobe being an unrestricted free agent after next year. Kobe's going to want a lot more money, right? And I do think that, yeah, I would personally be choosing Giddey over Kobe because, yeah, Giddey is younger, and I think it'll be cheaper. I think that is probably the best thing. If there's a higher ceiling, I don't know still. I think Giddey is still pretty limited. I mean, reminder to everybody, Kobe, at the very least that we know, Kobe has turned himself into a 19-point per game scorer, okay? That's at the bare minimum when it comes to Kobe White, is that he is still, no matter what, even with all these struggles recently, he is still a 19-point per game scorer. That is something that we can't ever take away from him, is that he did at one point hit this. He is still right now, when it comes to, this year, he is still, no matter what, he's still an 18-point per game scorer this year. Not the best efficiency, but he's at least shooting at least 37% from the 3-point range, right? So that's just what we gotta keep in mind. With Giddey, I'm not that high on him still. I've been looking at my Twitter recently. I've been fighting a lot of people about Giddey's upside. People still think he's going to become an absolute superstar. I'm just I mean, I don't know what copium you're looking at, but I mean, props to you, I guess. But I don't want him to fail. I don't want Giddey to fail at all. I just don't see all-star for Giddey. But I mean, I've talked about I think he's just kind of on offense, he's just kind of a Draymond Green mix of yeah, he passes the ball pretty effectively. You can sort of handle it, but he's not your main playmaker. His assists are going to come off of guys moving, and he passes the ball to them. He finds them when they're cutting hard to the basket, or he finds them if they're open at the 3-point line. But he's not going to be a guy that's going to be drawing multiple defenders and then finding open shooters off that, right? But in the end, though, I don't think he's going to be your main guy at all. I think he's a role player that he might be a Draymond Green on offense. The problem is that defensively, he's not going to help you. We've seen better moments this year, obviously, from him. I appreciate the better effort since that Cleveland Cavaliers game, but he's not Draymond Green defensively. So it's what really is his ceiling? The biggest thing for me is that he has to get a 3-point shot. Like, I think he has to get one. So if he continues to shoot 32% from 3-point range, which is just basically where he's been most of his career, it's pretty limited ceiling for me. Like, I think you're just gonna be stuck at around 12 to 13 points per game if you get 30 minutes a game. But if you get less than 30 minutes a game, then I'm looking at, like, you're not scoring double-digit points per game. You're not anywhere close to that. So, at the end of the day, I don't know if he has a higher ceiling than Kobe, but in terms of a guy that I look at as cheaper and is younger for a Bulls rebuild, then you probably go with the guy that is cheaper and younger at the end of the day. I've been on the to keep to see Lonzo I like, and I can do whatever, but sell Kobe ASAP. Camp 2 firmly that I feel it seems jaded. Happy to be proven wrong, but it's painful. I mean, I've been also on the sell Kobe side too. I've been pretty adamant about that. Just, again, get value in return for him now before you have to go and try to figure out if you're going to pay him or not before he gets unrestricted free agency, which I've been saying that, like, if you think that Kobe will sign an extension, you're just not. He's just not. Like, it makes more sense for him to hit unrestricted free agency than to go ahead and do an extension. Who's making plays not being rewarded with the pass definitely makes that for eventually fade. Oh, I mean, for sure. I agree with that. When we're talking about overall effort on making cuts and everything like that. When Montes said get a pass, it almost like he was pulling teeth to get him the ball. Montes jumps quick to get dumped so easy last if you get him the ball in time. I mean, yeah, he does do that for sure. I do think though now more teams are aware of it, but yeah, you gotta find them more in those opportunities. Hopefully, I mean, Giddey obviously has done it a little bit. Lonzo, I think, is the best at it, finding guys for those opportunities in transition. Hopefully, Trey Jones can be one of those guys to find those opportunities. So, yeah, I'm hoping that we see more of that for Buzelis. But I do think it puts the league on notice that if you're gonna be in the dunk contest, like, it puts the league on notice, like, hey, don't give up the backdoor lob. Like, that is something we have to also keep in mind. Kobe looked Montes off a couple times just to get nothing out of the possession, drove me crazy. Oh, I do agree. I think, yet again, Kobe's decision making has been flat out awful. He's been driving when he shouldn't, and he misses the shot when he drives. Like Stacey King talking about, like, Kobe White is a better player if he drives and should continuously be looking to drive every single game. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, Stacey. Like, you're out of your mind if you think that Kobe White should be looking to drive every single time. Like, he's not that good of a finisher at the rim to be like, yeah, we should be looking for Kobe White to drive every single game. So, I don't know. I don't know what Stacey's always thinking with that sort of stuff, but yeah, I do think that with Kobe, just, again, half-court decision-making, awful. Transition decision-making, awful. In terms of when to take a shot and when to swing it, awful. Like, he just has straight up been awful on every single front these past 2 games. And it's unacceptable. Like, just straight up, it is unacceptable. Like, we're talking, like, this is Patrick Williams territory of, like, what are you doing? Like, this is unacceptable level. Can't happen. Just straight up can't. Know why Billy Donovan still has a job, doesn't fit the team? Billy Donovan still has his job because the front office loves him, and the ownership will not pay for another coach if you're already paying for a coach, right? Because if you fire him, right, you just have to pay his contract out. So the front office and the Bulls ownership are gonna be like, well, why would we pay for 2 coaches? Like, that makes no sense, because we gotta make sure we keep every dollar, because why would we pay for 2 coaches, especially for Billy Donovan, who's probably one of the more richer coaches in the league right now? So yeah, I don't expect the Billy Donovan firing anytime soon, honestly, unless his contract runs out after the season, which I doubt, because he just signed an extension recently. So I don't expect Billy Donovan to be gone anytime soon. He's a 4th option scorer that balances better scores than himself. Is he really a 4th option though? I would argue that Giddey's not even a 4th option in a starting lineup, honestly. Like, if we're being dead serious right now, like, is Giddey a 4th option right now in the Oklahoma City Thunder? I would say no. Is he the 4th option for I don't know, I was just trying to think of other teams. Just like Boston Celtics, he's very clearly not the 4th option with the Boston Celtics. The New York Knicks, probably not either. Like, if we're talking about a 4th option for some of the winning teams, he's not the 4th option in any of those teams. Is he your 4th option for a rebuild? Sure, maybe. But if he's starting, I think he's your fifth option. Like I'm almost 100% certain he's your fifth option. Honestly, I don't know if I put him at the fourth option right now if you're trying to win. Rebuild, sure, he probably is your fourth option, maybe. Probably has to do a little bit more in the rebuild too, so maybe he's your third. But in a full out winning team, I don't know, man. I think he's your fifth option, honestly. Yeah, every starter as a scorer, distributor, and Giddy obviously fits the transition offense moments too. The Bulls seem to have the better D going to make use of. I mean, I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that he's more of an option though. Who's looking at a solid third option scorer for a team future? Yeah, I think Buzelis is more looking like a third than a second or first for sure. But I'm hoping he gets up to the second or first level. So we'll see. Kobe's 19 points per game would feel better if it wasn't so coin flip between 26-point Kobe and 12-point Kobe. Oh, I completely agree. Yeah, it's like Kobe put up 30, and then in the next game he's just putting up like 2. Like, yeah, I completely agree with that statement. It's just like, what the hell are we looking at? Yeah, if Kobe was just giving you 19 points every single game, right, then we're like, okay, yeah, you gave me 19 points every single game. That's nice. But yeah, it is so coin flippy. It is genuinely like, yeah, I get either, yeah, I get 30 from you almost, and then the next game it's you can't make a damn shot, you're making horrible decisions, can't defend. Oh yeah, it's just been so bad for him. Especially this year, bro. This year specifically has been so bad. Where it's just like, what are we looking at some of these games? Kobe being a coin flip is the least pro thing for sure. Like most sports, you can find an amateur who can beat a pro 1-on-1 10 times or like it, but they won't be consistent enough to ever want. Consistency comes for some with age. Otherwise, Kobe's a closer to Joel Embiid, yet taking court time with playing good than bad. Embiid not playing version. I mean, I think Kobe against an amateur would still probably win most, like a 1-on-1 matchup. But yeah, I think in terms of his inconsistency, I mean, yeah, it's probably like some of the worst inconsistency I've ever seen in the league. Because the problem with inconsistency when you have the ability to score like he does, right? The inconsistency is on full display. Because, if you're inconsistent, but it's like, some games you average 8, or some games you get 8 points, the next game you get like 2. It's like, okay, well, you're just not that good of a player. With Kobe though, it's the fact that like, yeah, he could go and score 20 a night, but then there's just nights like this where it's just like, what are we doing? Like his inconsistency's on full display. And it's such an annoying thing to look at because it's like, if he just was any bit more consistent, then you're looking at a guy that can maybe rely upon a little bit better. But I mean, bro, it's so bad with them this year. Unfortunately, that has been most of his career. His inconsistency has been throughout most of his career. I mean, yet again, though, I think last year was just like, we're looking at more last year was just like a 3-month heater than versus this is the Kobe White of the future. Like, this is the consistent Kobe White that we're getting. Like, last year was basically a 3-month heater, pretty much. It wasn't really anything special. And even at the end of the season, Kobe was kind of tapering off at the end of the year. He just had the Atlanta Hawks playing game that everyone remembers that doesn't ever go down in history. That's like, oh, see, I mean, bro, he's so damn good. Like if this might be our point guard of the future. And it's like, I don't know. Like, maybe? Like, we'll see, but I don't know. I'm not feeling too great about it. BD still set in his son coaches the G League. Oh, I mean, bro, yeah. It definitely, I think BD is set for life here. Like, he's not going anywhere. And once he does move on, it's his son taking over. We're gonna be stuck with Billy Donovan for at least the next decade, whichever one that is. Whether Billy Donovan, the current coach of the Bulls, is a junior, right? So then Billy Donovan the third is gonna come in and be the head coach moving forward. Right now would be a dumb time to fire him. Well, I mean, right now would definitely be a dumb time to fire him. But for next season, though, I think you should definitely fire him. If I were the Bulls, I would definitely be firing him. But he would never be a scorer like Kobe. But another facet of the game, like rebounding, decision making, is better, and his outside shot is improving. So in terms of his outside shot, it has not improved. I understand this is probably the best his shot has looked, honestly, all season long tonight. But in terms of just in general stats, okay, we're talking about in general stats from Josh Giddey, okay? His outside shot is not improved. It's basically the same thing it's been for his entire career, mostly. Forget his rookie year for a second, but for most of his career, he has basically been at this mark, right? So now we're up to 34%. Hopefully that stays, but like I just talked about this the other day. Like that mark, like we were at like 35%, and then it dropped back down to 32. So you know, take it whatever you want with it, but to me it has not really improved that much. Like, sure, we can go ahead and say this, but like he's been mostly at the 32% for most of this season. So let's hope he's on the way up, but I'm not going to be here saying like, no, it's significantly improved. It just hasn't. And in terms of also 3-point attempts, like this is the most he's taken compared to the last 2 seasons, but he took this many in his rookie season. So it's not like he's taking a drastic amount more. Like that was something, another argument people was telling me is like, oh, at least Giddey's like taking like a ton of threes this year. He's like, no, he isn't. Like he's not taking a ton of threes. He's basically taking about similar amount of threes as he's always taken. He's not taking that many more. He took this many in his rookie season when he shot 26% from 3-point range. So I'm not here to say his shot is improving. I'm not here to say that just yet. I hope it is, but from most of this year, it has not improved. He has been basically in the 32 to 33% range for most of the season. That's been most of his career. It's been 32 to 33%. So until he officially like solidifies himself as like a 35% 3-point shooter, then I'm not going to be here saying that, oh yeah, he's improved just yet. So hoping, you know, if he goes and shoots for like, you know, at least 35% for the rest of the season, great, awesome, that's a good sign. But that's, you know, until then we have to wait for that. I'm not here to say he's improved just yet. I mean, we can even say but we can even just see just coming into tonight, like what was his 3-point percentage coming into tonight, just by going to Basketball Reference here. I mean, coming into tonight, it was 33.7. So like, as you can see, his shot coming into tonight was the same percentage as last season. He made 3 threes tonight though, so it goes up to 34%. So sure, we want to say he improved his shot. I don't really think he has. Now, I do agree though, when it comes to better decision making, better rebounding, and obviously then finding his teammates better, I think Josh Giddey is much better than Kobe White doing that. The problem is then the scoring. Like, is his scoring going to be enough his scoring going to be enough plus everything else that he does? Is that enough to be like, hey, is he better than Kobe giving you 19 points per game? Obviously Kobe is very flip-floppy, but at the end of the day, he does average 19 points per game at around there, right? So that's just kind of the question. The problem with Giddey also is that his overall field goal percentage has dipped significantly this year. People want to tell me that like he's becoming more efficient. He hasn't. He's gotten a lot worse this year. Let's see it now. So like he's up to 44.6% after tonight's game. So yeah, I don't really know if his shot's getting that much better, honestly. I think it's honestly looked worse. His finishing at the basket still continues to be an issue. Defensively, and it, like the 2 areas where I'm hoping for Giddey, okay? It's his 3-point shot, because that's the one thing I know that he can control. Like, again, he's not going to become more athletic. He's not going to suddenly become, you know, a guy that's going to grow a bigger wingspan. Okay, he's not going to suddenly jump higher, right? So his finishing at the basket basically is what it is right now. Like, it's not going to get any better. Just let's just be honest with ourselves. I understand it's like he maybe gets stronger, but I don't think that's going to really help him too much. And at that point, then we're talking about him losing some speed, and his speed is something that is important to him. But he can, if there is anything, he can control the 3-point shot. Like, that's like the biggest thing for me is like, okay, can you be a good 3-point shooter? Because if you can, then that makes you a much better player overall. Like, that will make you a significantly better player if you suddenly can hit the 3-point shot at like a 37% clip. That's not me saying he's become a great shooter. That's like almost like, I won't say league average, but like that's just above league average pretty much. So that's all I'm asking for is, can you become a league average 3-point shooter? Or just above league average 3-point shooter? Because that will make things a lot easier for him. It'll make him a much better player overall. And hopefully he can take that and help the other parts of his game. The other area for me is like, okay, can you, if you're going to be this guy that has the ball sometimes, can you figure out a way to lower your turnovers, bro? Because the problem with him averaging close to 3 turnovers per game is that like he isn't a guy that's going to be going out and averaging like 11 assists per game. Okay, like Luka goes out and averages almost 10 assists per game. Like I can live with you giving me also 3 turnovers a game. Okay, but if you're only gonna give me like 6 to 7 assists per game, I can't have you close to like 3 turnovers a game. Okay, and also you're also not like a scorer too. Like Levine averages close to 3 turnovers per game, but you give me 25 points per night. Okay, so that's the other issue with Giddey. Like he has to, when it comes to his own game, he has to find a way to really become efficient with his specific game to be effective. Okay, which means that every time he touches the basketball, that it has to be something effective. Okay, you can't have a bad turnover, you can't have a bad pass. Okay, because everything that you do, it's gonna have to be the proper decision. That's what it's gonna come down to, because he has to be efficient with everything. Because right now your scoring isn't efficient, your 3-point shot isn't that efficient either, and if you're not gonna be giving me proper passes all the time, then you're gonna be giving me you're basically, it's almost right now for him, it's like we're at that. It's like 2 assists for every turnover. That's not good enough, okay? Because you're not going out and averaging 24 a night. So with Giddey, it's gonna come down to this sort of stuff here. Like these are 2 areas, at least in my opinion, where he can control. Like he can control these specific areas. If he can become a better 3-point shooter and lower these turnovers by a significant margin, if you're gonna be handling the ball like every now and then like he is right now, then that's gonna help him look like a much better player, and he'll be actually like effective on the floor. Defensively, I've already said I don't have any faith that he's gonna become better at defensively. It's just I know he is what he is at this point. He's not gonna average more blocks. I mean, he's up to steals this year, so that's nice. But we've seen even bad defensive players average a steal per game. So yeah, hoping that's kind of the pathway for Giddey. Like I'm hoping that's kind of it. But it's these specific things with Giddey where I'm like, okay, I already kind of know where you are in terms of your field goal efficiency, your free throw efficiency, and your 3-point efficiency. You're a pretty decent rebounder for a guy your size. Hopefully that continues. But honestly, that needs to continue for him, because if he doesn't continue that, then I'm just like, why are you out there? Yeah, you're a nice passer. I think your passes are honestly great when you get the passes there. But some of your decision making when it comes to some of these passes are just not good enough. You turn the ball over when it's like that was clearly not an open look. So these specific areas for Giddey, it's like, okay, you gotta continue the rebounding, your assists need to still be good, and you need to lower your turnovers. But also, if your 3-point shot can ever become at least league average, bro, like then we're looking at a much better player, because then at least you're a threat at the 3-point line. You're not just only a threat when you have the ball in your hands in transition type of player. You're at least a guy that I can trust in the half court to at least give me something, right? Something at least pretty consistently, no matter if you have the ball or you don't have the ball. You're at least doing something on that end of the floor besides offensive rebounding. Which he's done a decent job of that this year, has been getting the offensive rebounds too. That also is something that he probably needs to continue looking at doing, is getting more offensive rebounds to help solidify that sort of role for him. So I do think that we're really looking at a guy that isn't maybe your point guard of the future. Especially, he's definitely not a guy to be giving the ball a lot to, in terms of like you're running the offense, you're setting up all the plays, etc. But he could be a guy that you're looking at as a guy to make decisions with the basketball in the middle of the half court, kind of be some sort of hub in the offense, but isn't necessarily the main guy that's going to be trying to collapse the defense, right? So, you kind of hope and see that if that works out. But unfortunately, I know everyone wants to bring up like he's part of like that specific club when it comes to like points, assists, and rebounds. He's just unfortunately the outlier. Like I understand like that club has like some like the best all-time players ever, but unfortunately for him, he's just the outlier. He's not a guy that like, oh, we're gonna see him become like Russell Westbrook in his prime, or he's a Jokic type of impact. He just isn't. That's just unfortunate for him. So it's something I can definitely work with in terms of trying to figure out how I can implement him moving forward. But in terms of a guy that I think he's going to be running the offense moving forward, no. He's not a guy that I'm going to be, you're going to have the ball every single time down the floor. He's not your go-to guy in, any sort of situation. He's not the guy to be running the pick and roll sets with him consistently. He's a guy that is going to be, kind of sort of a hub in the offense. Maybe he's the screener and makes decisions after coming off, setting the screen and gets the basketball. He's a guy maybe you can like run an inverse pick and roll with and see how that works out. But most of the time though, I'm using him as a passer. Like I'm putting him in the elbow area and having him put him in that Draymond Green role and be like, okay, you're now put into this side of the floor and then the other guys move constantly. I want you to find the open man. Like that's your best asset to this team. It's something I can definitely work with, but it's not something that I'm going to be like, yep, that's going to be our guy in the future and we're running everything through. That's just not how it's going to work. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. Like, it's hard, I think, to implement that, but it's definitely something you could definitely try to implement with Giddey. If you ever, let's say, for example, if the Bulls do get a Cooper flag, like, if he's your main guy, right, like, I understand Cooper flag doesn't play, the like, point guard or whatever, but he's going to be the guy with the ball in his hands the most. Like, whether that is on the block or he does get the pick and roll opportunities on the wing, he's setting the screen and then rolling hard. Like, he's going to be a guy, he's going to have the ball a lot. It won't be Giddey. Like, I promise you that it won't be Giddey getting the ball the most. It's going to be Cooper flag. So that's all I'm going to say to Bulls fans. It's just like, at the end of the day, we're looking at a guy that I think is you're trying to mold him into this sort of player right now because he's not going to be a guy you build around. So again, I'm rooting for him. I want him to prove me wrong, but just everything I've said is just the reason why I've been telling people, like, I don't really have too much faith that he's going to suddenly become this, 20, 10, and 8 guy that people think he can become, or, 20, 22, 8, and 8 guy. Like, that'd be great if he can, average 22, 8, and 8 and, put up efficient field goal percentages from both, inside and outside the arc. But don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. I would love to see that, though. I would really love to see it. But unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen at the end of the day. His defense, yeah, I forgot to also, I did kind of mention it, but his defense, yeah, I already talked about it. I just think it's just, he is what he is. Like, I'm not here to be like, oh, I need Giddey to play, amazing all defensive level defense at the end of the day. Giddey's third, fourth option OKC last season when they were the first seed, and who did they lose to? Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. OKC's better this year, right? Like, can we be better with ourselves? Like, honest with ourselves, that Oklahoma City is better this year, where they don't have Josh Giddey being the third option. Okay, like let's just be honest, right? Like, having a guy in either Isaiah Hartenstein or whatever you want to call it, whether it's Chet Holmgren or if you want to call it J-Dub the third option, okay, like whatever you want to call it, like Giddey not being the third or fourth option on that team has made this team better. Okay, it's just the reality. I'm not that's not me hating on him. I'm just being dead serious right now. Okay, so yes, they had a very nice year, but they also really struggled in the playoffs. So I'm just pointing it out at the end of the day. He becomes a 15-point scorer. I think he is right down playable. Right now playable, or I don't know what that meant by per strike. I mean, yeah, if he could become a more consistent 15-point per game scorer, but right now that's even a question, right? Can Giddey become a 15-point per game scorer on better efficiency? Like, we saw that in his sophomore season, but he had the ball a lot that year, right? But can he become a 15-point per game scorer when you don't have the ball? That's a major question. Vooch is gone this offseason. Bulls should get a defensive center who will be a free agent this offseason. Here's the problem, Megs. As much as I want to say Vooch is gone this offseason, I don't think he is officially gone. I think the Bulls should have absolutely traded him at the deadline for a specific reason, but they didn't. And now I don't think anyone's going to be looking to trade for him. So I would hope the Bulls are able to get rid of his contract, but I won't lie, bro. I don't know if Vooch is 100% gone this offseason. I really don't. I'm being dead serious. Like, is Vooch actually gone this offseason? Like, I hope he is, but because that he's on the last year of his contract, got another year older, doesn't play defense. Like, the problem that people don't understand with Vooch is that, there are only certain teams that would really want him, like the Warriors, because they don't have that many guys right now on offense, right? That would be like the one team that's like, yeah, we only have Steph, like we need another guy. But if you already have your first, second, and third options already taken up, like, why would you trade for Vooch? Like, it doesn't help you. So personally, I don't know if Vooch is gone. Like, I'm being dead serious. I want Vooch gone. I hope he's gone this offseason. I'm just pointing out, I don't know if he is. Like, I don't know if he's officially gone this offseason. I really worry that he won't be traded. It's because the front office waited too long to trade him. But I really hope that he is gone. In terms of who's a free agent this offseason is at the center position. Bulls do have their non-taxpayer mid-level exception to work with this upcoming offseason, because obviously the Bulls will never be in the tax. But I haven't really looked at this, honestly. I don't really look too much into this stuff just yet. But we can just immediately just go over to centers on Spot Track and just kind of have a look here and see who the Bulls can maybe offer their non-taxpayer mid-level exception to. Would love a Miles Turner. Not going to get him, though. He's going to want more money than NTMLE money. But I mean, Kevon Looney wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Probably wouldn't go after him, though. Thomas Bryant would be interesting. I will say that. Jackson Hayes is definitely gonna be interesting. He's gonna probably look really good. This is incorrect, isn't it? Like, Jackson Hayes is currently on the Lakers. I don't know. This is incorrect. But let's see here. That's honestly it in terms of just kind of overall centers. So it's not looking that amazing. In terms of like the center market, Jackson Hayes might be like kind of like the main person. I wouldn't mind Paul Reed, actually. I know that he's not exactly done anything in Detroit, but I do like Paul Reed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really seeing anybody, honestly, that's like, yeah, I would definitely be looking to get him. Kevon Looney, I think, is probably your best option. He's not exactly the best defensive guy, but he does do his role pretty decently. And let's just really quickly look at 2026. I mean, that's a club option. Zach Collins will be, yeah. Well, who is Zach Collins? Yeah. He's a restricted, or sorry, club options. Yeah, let's just really quickly just go to unrestricted, just because it makes things easier on us. And not looking great, honestly. I mean, Daniel Gafford, right? Bring him back, I guess. Mitchell Robinson this year, if you want to take a swing on him. Nick Richards would be a really nice pickup, honestly. Teams are gonna probably want him, though. Xavier Tillman, I don't know about that. So, yeah, honestly, it's not looking too good. I think that you can honestly just go ahead and maybe just draft the guy like that, and he'd probably be in a better spot. But we'll see. That's exactly it. Kobe's scoring upside is inconsistent, but his downside defense turnover decision making have been more consistent than ever this year. He has to score to offset them. Oh, I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, hence again, like if I had to choose between Giddey and Kobe, I'm choosing Giddey. Just in general, again, because of context and contract reasons. Yeah, I think Kobe's gonna want more money. But yeah, that definitely. I mean, you're definitely right. Especially this year specifically, Kobe's been pretty bad. Granted, again, I don't think Giddey can like go and score you 30. You know, just kind of any night, like how Kobe can give you 30. Just kind of just some random night. But yeah, I do think that overall, Kobe's scoring has not offset his terrible decision making overall. I say just have the Bulls stadium announcer learn every player's name well and have a different starting lineup for the rest of the season. No one is safe. Honestly, yeah. No one is honestly safe at this point. Even if you don't think Giddey's ceiling is higher, I think his floor is. Give me a 15 point per game Giddey all day. At least he'll have close to 15 RA too most nights. Problem is though, again, I don't think Giddey is like, you can give me like, I don't know if you can really say Giddey can give you 15 points per game every single night. Like, I hope, but the problem is that he scored 16 points per game when the ball was in his hands a lot. Okay, but can Giddey give you 15 points per game as just a starter? But the ball isn't in his hands as much. Like, don't know. I'm being dead honest. I don't know. So I'm really just being dead serious. Like, I don't really know if that is something that we can like fully rely upon. If he hits a 3-point shot though, then yeah, I think he can get there as a starter, not always having the ball in his hands and just hitting 3-point shots more consistently. Then yeah, I think he'll get there. But I don't know if that's gonna happen though. What do you think is more likely, Giddey becoming a league average 3-point shooter, or Kobe not being as streaky? Because I think it's a lot easier for Giddey to fix this problem. If I had to bet on either one, I guess it would be the Giddey league average 3-point shooter, but I would not bet on either, honestly. I would say that both are horrible bets to take. Like, if I had to say, if I had to give advice to somebody on these two bets, and need to put money on both of them, I'd say go find two different bets to do, because that, to me, I think both of them are horrible. Honestly, like, I think those are both horrible bets, honestly. It honestly just doesn't make any sense to me, how bad Kobe is with his inconsistency. If points per game is the topic, look at DeRozan. He had points per game, but would have rather someone else who would elevate our other teammates if our season were struggling to stay top 10 team. Well, okay, here's the only issue with you saying that, though. Kick me down. Does Giddey really actually elevate like everyone else, though? Like, I'm talking to a level where it's just like, yes, like that's like Chris Paul level in terms of that he really, you know, makes the defense rotate and really opens up others. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. I don't think Giddey really does that level of, in terms of helping his teammates, like, to that extent. Now, what Giddey does do is that he does rebound effectively on both ends of the floor, right? And I think that his pushing transition is important for the rest of the team, okay? But in terms of, like, overall, constantly effectively helping his teammates, don't know if you can say Giddey has done that just yet. I really don't know if you can really say that just yet. Not all turnovers are created equally to me. Less is always better, of course, but I'd rather you turn it over being a second off a good pass than by driving into the traffic with no plan. I think that's debatable, but I think that in terms of what Giddey has done so far in his career with the amount of turnovers and the amount of turnovers he has, right? It's not something that we can continue having. Like, he needs to cut his turnovers down to at least 2 per game. Again, he's not averaging 20 points per game for you. He's not averaging like 10 assists per game for you. He's a guy that averages about 6 to 7 assists per game. You can't have 3 turnovers. That's not good enough. Because that means then, if you think about it, like that, if he went and basically did, I mean, well, it's very obvious. Like, you know, 10 passes, you get 7 assists and 3 turnovers. Like, sure, like, yeah, more of your passes end up being assists, but that's not enough to the point where it can offset how bad those turnovers are right now. You need to make sure it's more 8 to 2. If out of the 10 passes you have 8 assists and 2 turnovers, that's doable. But 7 assists versus the 3 turnovers, that's not enough. That's too many opportunities for the other opponents to get transition opportunities. That can't continue to happen. And unfortunately, when it comes to bad passes versus, you know, driving hard to the basket with no plan, bad passes tend to lead to more fast break opportunities for the opposing team. Driving to the basket with no plan, at least you're at the basket. So it's harder for our opposing team to just immediately get a quick bucket off of it. I mean, it will still probably happen, but bad passes, though, specifically, especially on the perimeter, they lead to other opponent fast break points very easily. So you can't have those. You just can't. The way the team is currently structured, I'd rather put my money on Giddey. I don't see Kobe helping others look or play better. Oh, I agree that Kobe has not done that for sure. I definitely agree with that. But in terms of Giddey becoming a 37% 3-point shooter, I don't know about that, bro. Like, I think his shot is too slow for me to really have any sort of faith that he's going to suddenly become a 37% 3-point shooter. That needs to be fixed. Giddey definitely has 8 to 10 assists per game with potential with growth. I disagree. I don't think so. I don't think Giddey has that potential at all. I think for Giddey to get to 8 to 10 assists per game, he has to become a better scorer. That's the problem. Like, people think that the assisting for Giddey is that, oh, he'll get 8 to 10 assists per game once he becomes a better passer and understands the game better. That, to me, is not how it goes. I think you get more assists per game if you become a better scorer. And the defense is so worried about your scoring that you actually open up other shots for teammates. That, to me, I think Giddey is basically where he's at. Like, this is not going to get better, at least in my opinion. I hope it does, but I don't think he's going to ever become a 10 assists per game guy if he's averaging 12 points per game. That's something I don't ever see happening. Again, if Giddey get a 3-point shot where he's ever averaging 15 points per game and, you know, is shooting 37% from the field and 48% from the field, maybe we'll get up to 8 to 9, but until then, I don't ever see it happening. It can't just be only passes alone for Giddey is going to help him get more assists. He's not going to get more assists as long as he's only scoring 12 a game, which has unfortunately been what he's doing so far. While it's small, Giddey I think is likely to get up to league average of threes in a year or two. I would not bet on that either personally. But I mean, props to you for believing in him. I just wouldn't bet on it. Kobe's tricky in a score, so on a good roster, what can you do if you have better scores? I mean, yeah, I've already talked about it. I think Kobe is gonna be a bench player. Like, if you're one more time, I just want to make this clear. I'm not advocating for Kobe White over Josh Giddey, okay? If we're still doing the Kobe White versus Josh Giddey thing, I've said Josh Giddey, okay? But if you're telling me right now that if that people think that Giddey's gonna become, like, forget Kobe White, for example. If you're straight up just telling me right now, if you think Josh Giddey's gonna become a guy who's gonna average 10 assists per game in like 2 years and also average 37% from 3-point range in 2 years, I would say no. I would not take that bet. I don't think he's ever gonna get to that point ever in his career. But I hope I'm wrong. But unless, again, he is averaging a worse field goal percentage this year from the field in general, and it's by a significant margin. He's averaging worse field goal percentage by like 3%. He's averaging so far, I think it's now tied, but it's basically a career low in points per game. No, it's still worse. Like, we're talking about career low in points per game this season. Okay, like, if you really think that this is suddenly just gonna suddenly like turn on its head, where he's gonna suddenly average like 15 to 16, 18, like, I'd just be shocked, honestly. Props to you for believing in the guy. I personally don't. I don't think that's gonna change, unfortunately. I hope, but I mean, I don't think it's gonna personally change. I want to see that change more, but that's not a bet I'm willing to take. But in terms of, to answer what you're saying, right, I think, yeah, Kobe comes off the bench. He is your Jamal Crawford. He is not a guy that's going to be a starting a shooting guard for you. Like, he's your Jamal Crawford unless you really struggle at the guard position in terms of scoring. Yeah, again, I said it. I would choose Giddey over Kobe moving forward. I want to make this clear. I'm not here to be like, oh, let's keep Kobe White over Josh Giddey. I brought up, though, that, like, okay, who has maybe the higher ceiling? Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if Giddey's going to stay the same player he is right now, then it's definitely not a higher ceiling than Kobe White has ever hit. But after that, though, it's just like, I've said it. Like, we're choosing Josh Giddey over Kobe White for the future. For sure, at least. If this is a win-now situation, it's a much different story. Like, if we're talking about a win-now situation, then I think we have a much different argument right now because Kobe's right now the better player. But in terms of, trying to build for the future, I think, yeah, you would try to bet on Giddey because he's going to be cheaper than Kobe. And you would hope that there's at least some growth in him still. I would really, hesitate to say he has growth still left in him. I hope. But I really don't have much faith he's going to suddenly just miraculously become like a, consistent guy of averaging, 18 or something like that. Because I told people this year that if he was going to become the point guard of the future, he had to average 18 points per game this year. I said that on stream before the season started. I'm like, he has to average 18 points per game this year if he's going to be the guy with the keys to the car. Okay, well, he's not going to do that. So now we're looking at a guy that's going to be in like this like weird role where it's like, yeah, Draymond Green on offense, but he doesn't do that defensively. Is that worth it? Don't know. He has to, he has to give enough on offense to make it worth it where his defense isn't there, right? He doesn't play Draymond Green level defense. That's the problem. So once again, a lot of people are going to be like, well, his assists are great. I'm like, well, it's the same talk about as when people talk about, a great scorer but doesn't play defense. I'm like, okay, well, sure, you give me 12 points per game and 8 assists per game, but you don't play defense. Like, that's same arguments. Like, it's the same problem. I would argue that the 24 point per game scorer is a much better player than a 12.8 assist guy. Like, that's the same issue. Same issue. They both don't play defense. You have the same issue. So, just saying. Getting a good team sits on elbow. If the person with the ball has a clogged lane, you pass to him to redistribute to the right place. No, I agree. Yeah, he's definitely the guy to redistribute things. And transition off better, do you pass him to advance the ball to be right player? I think they're in transition. He's either getting the rebound first, right, which is good, or yeah, he has to make sure that he's the guy in the middle of the floor that then you pass it to him. Like, will you pass to Josh Giddey if he's like running on the wing? No, but if he's in the middle of the floor, then you definitely pass it to him. That's where Josh Giddey should be thriving. Now, granted, I will say in transition this year, he has not exactly been the best. He's had his struggles, especially when he tries to finish. In terms of pushing tempo, I do appreciate that he pushes it. But in terms of overall consistently being a good player in transition and finishing consistently at the rim, he has been very, very rough this year. He has had a really rough year trying to finish at the basket. That's been a major problem. He needs to fix that. Will that ever be fixed, though? Don't know. I have some major doubts. But in terms of being the guy to push the tempo and a guy that's going to be making sure that you run with him, he is the guy that you want the ball with in the stands with. And he crashes boards. Yep. So yeah, I agree. Like, I think crashing boards and the guy that you try to make as like some sort of hub, sure, we'll work it out. He's a 16, 8, and 7 dude. I don't know, bro. I really hesitate to say that he's gonna be 16, 8, and 7. I honestly think we're looking more at like he's gonna be a 13, 6, and 7 guy. But I mean, I hope he gets to 16, 8, and 7. I just like, just as much as like we talked about with Patrick Williams, you know, it's his 4th season, like, and last year, and it's just like, well, we're not seeing anything, right? Like, this is Giddey's 4th year, right? Like, this isn't like he's 20 or anything. He's in his 4th season. So as much as I want to think that he's going to suddenly, you know, figure things out all of a sudden, like he's going to consistently average 16, I just don't. Like, that's a bet that I'm like willing to like actually take. Like, I don't think he's going to suddenly average like 16. And again, like, he averaged 16 this year because he had the ball in his hands consistently. Well, what team that is actually like, you know, thinking about the future and also trying to like win now is going to give the ball to Josh Giddey and have him run the entire offense and allow him to average 16 points per game? Like, that's just not going to happen. So how are you going to make sure that you get 16 points per game when you're not going to be the main ball distributor on offense or the main playmaker / initiator on offense? Like, you'll run offense sometimes, but you're not going to be running every time. I promise you. Also, Giddey, if you get certain players, is the right PG. He isn't built around, but he's piece for right combo. But that's the problem. Are you going to be building around Josh Giddey? Like, if you're building around Josh Giddey, I think that you have a problem with the way you're trying to build things. That you should never be building around. So yes, you should not be building around Josh Giddey, but you also shouldn't be looking for the right combos around Josh Giddey. You're gonna hope that Giddey can be the complementary piece for your star player. That's what I'm hoping more from Giddey. Okay, can he be the complementary piece for whoever your star player is? He's not gonna be the guy. Okay. I myself am not talking NBA player Kobe versus NBA player Giddey. I'm personally talking about teammates Kobe versus Giddey. Who deserves more playing time and better consideration for the future? No, I mean, I agree. I think Giddey is the better consideration for the future. In terms of playing time, though, Giddey's had his rough moments this year as well. We can't just ignore that Giddey's like had his really bad moments defensively this year and has done literally nothing on offense in some games. Like, we can't just ignore that. Like, he's put up Kobe level numbers on offense this year. Okay. So we can't just ignore that. He has definitely deserved to have his benching in games this year. But in terms of consideration for the future, yeah, I think Giddey should be the guy you consider more. Probably more again because I think he's gonna be cheaper and due to contract situations, it's probably best to look at him more. He's also younger, but also yeah, I do think that he's probably gonna be looked at as hopefully you can get more out of him. But I have doubts personally. On there on defense, I personally love defensive players the most, though I'm not way harsher for the elite. I don't put Io there near top 10%, what I would want as a main defender. Oh no, I don't think Io is a top 10% defender, at least in the last like 2 seasons. He has not been there. His rookie year though, he was a top 5 point of attack defender. Io in his rookie season was a top 5 point of attack defender. He was that good defensively in his rookie season. Since then though, it has not been good enough. He needs to get better. But in his rookie season, though, Io was a top 10% defender in his rookie year for sure. But in most recently, he has not been that for sure. He's not better than Suggs, Thompson, Dort, Shea, Wallace, Stacey Daniels, etc. for guards. Even no, I agree with that. I think he can I mean, again, we're talking about if we're talking about AC and Daniels, bro. Like that's that's all defensive team defenders, bro. Like that's not something that I expect Io to be at. Like I'm not expecting him to be that level, but I expect him to be a pretty consistent, just solid defender. He's not a guy that's gonna get a lot of steals either. He's never been that sort of player, but I expect him to just to be a nice, solid overall, just good defender to throw a guy, like throw him at your point guard, the opposing team's point guard, like he did against K. Like I think, like I'm not saying that Io was amazing against K Cunningham tonight, but what I did appreciate is that he's fighting over screens effectively. He's consistently picking up ball pressure with him, and he does a good decent job of making sure that he forces K to his left. Like that's all I expect. And you know, Cade had his good moments against Josh Giddey and Patrick Williams and others. Like that's, you know, that's just Io. I'm fine with that. His career low points per game, but also career low field goal attempts per game. Hard task to score 18 points per game on 10 shots, but he's at 17 points per game since Zach is gone. He's had a bit more opportunity. Okay, yeah, sure. So he better average that than like with Levine gone, like from here on out. Like if that ever dips below 17 points per game, then that's an issue. Like he needs to continue shooting as much as he's been shooting, and he must be averaging 17 points per game or more. Because just as we talked about with Kobe White, there's no excuse because Levine is gone. Then Giddey better be also in that same category. Like, okay, Levine is gone, so you better be going ahead and averaging more shots per game and also 17 points per game this then. Because Levine's gone. Like there's no main perimeter player right now on this Bulls offense. Like he should be a guy to take advantage of this opportunity. But unfortunately though, my only thing I'm gonna say to you, AV Breeze, about the lack of field goal attempts, that's at least in my opinion, that's also on him. Because he would turn down threes this year when I'm like, you gotta shoot that, bro. You just have to. The fact that he's averaging more attempts per game since Levine has been gone and we're still at 10.2 field goal attempts per game is a problem. That shows that was a problem specifically with him. So that's it. Like as much as we want to be like, oh, it's just Zach, that's also on him. He needs to, just as much as we talk about with Pat, just as much as we talked about with others, like it's also on him. Like if you can't play with Levine, then how are you gonna play with others? Okay. So that's just as much as on it as him as like, oh, Levine's now gone. So he needs to continue averaging at least in my opinion, he's at average at least 15 attempts per game here and out. And he's gotta get up there in terms of points per game consistently. Unfortunately, again, I don't really see that happening, but I really hope that does happen. And also, efficiency matters. Like you can't be shooting 20 shots and like you get up to 16, but like you shot like 5 for 20, obviously. He's at 35% from 3 in his last 25 games. I think he could be an average shooter. I hope. 35% is not going to cut it, at least in my opinion. But I hope he can get up higher. Do you have his percentage before tonight's game? Because, you know, when you don't shoot that many threes and you make 3 in a game, it does really help your percentage. So, I would like to see that number personally. I don't know if NBA.com actually has that, but let me see here. I don't know if it's possible, honestly. Let's see. I guess does this work? Okay. I can't do 25. I can do the last 15 games at least. Where is Giddey? 39%. All right. Yeah, maybe we are making progress with Josh Giddey on his 3-point percentage. I hope at least, but I mean, just as much as I want to just point out here, like, I mean, let's see the start of November, because I know that he had a good, okay, November was flat out awful for him. Jesus God. Okay, maybe I guess it was October technically for him, which I know is not that many games. I mean, now even that was still bad. Okay, I hope we're on the upswing, but I mean, he had that nice game against Orlando, I remember. So I was like, okay, maybe that was like, it looked really solid for Giddey because he was shooting over 40% to start the season from 3-point range. But yeah, bro, I'm hoping we're moving in the right direction here. Want to see just really quickly. So January for Giddey, 36%. Okay, that's league average. Let's see, 3 attempts per game though is not enough. December. 22.7%. Oh my god. Okay. February. So we're here officially now in February, and he's shooting 43%. Okay. So hopefully this continues. 6 games. But yeah, this needs to continue on the upward trajectory. Hopefully, man. If he can ever get this shot, bro, then yeah, we're looking at a guy that can be an on and off ball threat, in terms of being on the ball and passing, and then being a consistent catch and shoot shooter. Yeah, much better. But I mean, just as much as we talked about at the start of the season, right? First 5 games of the season, I think it was, I don't even know what it was, honestly, but Giddey started the season shooting like 40-something% from 3-point range, and like everyone's like, "Oh my god, see Duncan, he's a good shooter, Duncan, like see." And I was like, "Okay, just wait, like let's just wait a second here. Like, just because he's shooting great to start the season doesn't mean he's going to continue shooting 40% for the rest of the year." And look what happened. He dropped down to 32%. Like, it happened again. So I'm just pointing out that it's like, let's just wait, okay? Like we have to wait around and see if, like, okay, can you finish on a nice little end, you know, end the season with a nice run with your 3-point percentage, and then head into next year and you're then shooting 36% for the rest of the year. Like, hopefully. But you know, I hope, bro. I really hope. I know team needs a best player available kind of year, but second rounder, I would love outside a rim protector as the pickup. I would love a defender to make the team more watchable, a perimeter defender. I mean, sure. Again, though, I'm not really, to me at least, I'm not prioritizing that too much. You know, getting like a Thompson twin would be very nice, but again, if I'm rebuilding, I just care about whatever is best player available. This team's gonna suck anyway. Like, you know, it is what it is. If the Bulls are going to be doing anything in the offseason, then sure, maybe bringing in a better defender. I don't know. I mean, just again, real quick, at free agent looks, but just going out and just using your non-taxpayer mid-level exception on a, you know, some sort of perimeter defender. I mean, I think that's fine. Let's see. I mean, it's looking pretty bleak, honestly, in terms of the guard position. Holy crap. Ben Simmons, there you go. There's your free agent this offseason. Let's see. Boards. Yikes, bro. This is a horrific offseason, honestly. Now I'm looking at it like, God almighty, where the unrestricted free agents are just very rough. I mean, when you go to all types here, it's like you're not gonna take a player away with offering the mid-level exception to a restricted free agent. No, let's just be real. Player option for Kelly Oubre. I guess I didn't turn on yeah, player option, so that's something else to keep in mind. Club. Okay. Yeah, bring back Torrey Craig, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, again, I'm not too concerned about it. I get what you're saying though, Charles. Like, yeah, if you just want more watchability, then adding a perimeter defender, and then like getting like a rim protector would help a lot. Oh, Matisse Thybulle. There you go. Matisse Thybulle. There's your guy you're signing this offseason. Matisse Thybulle for $8 million in non-taxpayer mid-level exception for a 3-year contract. There you go. But I just personally wouldn't. If I was rebuilding, I'm taking best player available in the draft. If I'm rebuilding, I'm just, you know, I'm not spending that much money in the offseason on guys, unless I know it's like a guy that will really help just kind of, you know, make the younger guys look better. But even then, that's kind of a hard thing. Like a Jalen Smith was a very good signing, at least in my opinion. But the Bulls are not rebuilding, as we've all been talking about, that the Bulls are not rebuilding. So yeah, we'll see what they actually do. What is Malik Beasley? Okay, Malik Beasley is going to be an unrestricted free agent this upcoming offseason. He is making currently $6 million. He's going to get paid. I mean, yeah, Malik Beasley, as you can see with what he did with Detroit this year, it really helps guys, right? Having a shooter that makes 200 threes in a season, he's going to make a lot more this year than just 200. It really helps your younger guys look a lot better when you have a very good floor spacer out on the court. So With the lack of shooting since Levine's been gone, I wouldn't mind that, honestly, getting just a guy that can shoot threes. Now, I won't lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Beasley in terms of just his overall, what his off-court actions have been. But, I mean, yeah, like someone like that, honestly, just to bring in just to shoot the basketball, wouldn't be that bad of a decision. He's only, what, he'll be 28 heading into the offseason? So, yeah. Something like that, honestly. Wouldn't be too bad of a deal. What is DeLon? How, God, bro. I remember when I wanted the Bulls to draft DeLon Wright. He's already a 10-year vet, bro. Like, what the hell? Hey, time has flown by. I cannot believe that, honestly. That DeLon Wright is a 32-year-old and he's going to be in the league for 10 years then. Like, that's crazy to me. Let's see. I mean, like, Seth Curry wouldn't... He's going to be 34. Jesus. Yeah, never mind. Forget that. Ty Jerome. Hey. Ty Jerome, bro. That'd be a very nice signing if the Bulls can get Ty Jerome. They won't get him, but that'd be a very nice signing, honestly. Let's see. Yeah. God, Troy Brown Jr. is still in the league, bro. Oh my God. Is he actually still in the league? I'm gonna double check that. I don't know if Troy Brown Jr. is actually still in the league. Is he really still in the league, bro? Yeah, I know. Okay. Wait, hold on. Yeah, he's inactive. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, there's no shot he's still in the league, man. Like, just he turned an absolute disappointment, bro. Just a straight up disappointment, honestly. Who needs free agents? We have so much expiring salary to trade for Giannis when he demands out of Milwaukee. Yep, absolutely, man. We'll be sending Nikola Vucevic, Kobe White, I'd assume, and others to Milwaukee just to get Giannis Antetokounmpo this offseason. Woo! Like, that's it, man. Well, we'll definitely go and do that. Oh my God, bro. Yeah, the people that tell me that they're so happy that we got full rights to our pick back just so that we can have the ability to go and trade them now, they're on the whole we want Giannis train. And I'm just like, brother, I just like, I don't know, like this Bulls front office just is so scared to pull on like the trigger on a simple trade. You think that this Bulls front office is gonna find a way to make a trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo this offseason? Like, you really think that, bro? Like, do you think this is gonna be the case? Like, no shot, bro. There's just no shot. It's just not gonna happen. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking, honestly. that sort of thought process is insane. If cheap, I would take a flyer on Johnny Davis. I don't know how much I like Johnny Davis, but yeah, I mean, we could take a flyer on him, honestly. No, not a bad decision at all. Bedtime. Take care, y'all. Good night. Okay, now. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate you watching. Bid into Santi Aldama in case Memphis doesn't match. That would be interesting, but I think Memphis intentionally traded Marcus Smart for in that first round pick for basically scraps because they wanted to make sure they had cap flexibility to go ahead and re-sign Santi Aldama. So as much as that I would love Santi Aldama to come onto the Bulls, they are very prepared to go ahead and, you know, make sure that they pay him. So yeah, I don't think that's a possibility, unfortunately. And again, the Bulls don't have cap space, so it would have to be like a you know, someone that's a non-taxpayer mid-level exception, honestly. Bid for Jackson Hayes is more mid-price I would shoot on rather than cheap. Jackson Hayes, yeah, maybe, yeah. Like, he's like, I just think he's gonna look amazing with Luka and LeBron for the rest of the year. So I think his price is just gonna skyrocket with how well he's gonna look with those two guys. But I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind it, honestly. Brandon Carlson a bit on Kuminga in case Golden State Warriors don't match. That won't happen. Golden State is gonna pay him, will pay him enough. Like, the non-taxpayer mid-level exception is not gonna pull him away from Golden State. You would need cap space to pull him away from Golden State, personally, at least in my opinion. Again, I'll double check. Like, unless Golden State's just gonna be like absolutely screwed by like the hard cap here, but I mean, they won't have the non-taxpayer mid-level exception because they're a tax team already. But I mean, like GP2's coming off, so is Kevon Looney. Here's Johnson Kuminga's hit. So what are you looking at, honestly? I'm just really curious. So you're already at 170 active cap. The first apron's 195. I mean, they already would have enough money to go ahead and to just re-sign Kuminga to like a $25 million contract, honestly. Or actually, sorry, like $20 million. It would be close, though. I will admit it would be close, but unfortunately for the Bulls, because they don't have cap space, then it would be tough to get them. I think if the best that Kuminga could get is a non-taxpayer mid-level exception, the Warriors will gladly take that and not have to pay him like the $20 million contract per year that they might be thinking they have to pay him. But I won't lie, like this is actually rougher than I thought for the Warriors here. Like they're gonna have to really rely on like just minimums moving forward. I still don't understand why they have all these cap holds. Like I like someone did ask like Keith Smith about this. Like, why do teams just hold on to these cap holds? Because like this is actually part of the problem. Like for like oh cap and everything, but like they just love like teams just hold on to these. Honestly, they only get rid of them like when it's necessary for whatever reason. And it's like Andrew Bogut has not played in the league in years, but they still have his cap hold on the books. Like I don't get it personally, but like that's just kind of what they just do. But I mean, yeah, like they're gonna really have to like depend on like, because again, assuming that this is a salary cap for next season, say so it's 154 million salary cap, 195 is your first apron threshold. That means then they're gonna be hard capped at 195, but their current active roster already before the Kuminga contract is 170. So, I mean, the rest of the team is just minimum. Like you're gonna draft a guy, which is gonna take up some money. So. I mean, maybe there's a chance, but like I mean, I think it would need cap space personally. In terms of what that would take though, just a cap space, then I don't know, honestly. I mean, I think it'll actually be interesting to look at, but yeah, but then I mean, God, bro, like in terms of just the rest of the money, man, like it's looking pretty rough, honestly. I'm actually interested to see though. So like what. If they're below the first apron, then they might actually still have the non-taxpayer mid-level exception to use. But again, you get hard capped if you use half of it. So it'll be interesting to see what they do, because like I forgot about this rule, and this is just bad on me. So I forgot about this. Like if you don't use your non-taxpayer mid-level exception, you're not hard capped then. Like you won't be hard capped here. So like unless they go ahead and use that, like. I don't. They wouldn't have to worry about this number. Like they could re-sign Kuminga to like a $40 million per year contract. But I won't lie though. Like I don't know how they're gonna fill the rest of the roster. Like it's just gonna have to be getting like draft guys and then get guys for minimums, and that's rough. Like that's a really rough thing to kind of have to work around. It's heavily reliant on Steph and Jimmy to basically lead the charge, and then Draymond's your just helper of everything, and you're hoping to God that Pajimski somehow improves. And then Quinton Post, this is actually a very good deal for them. They got Quinton Post below the minimum, I think. This is very good. They have a club option for Quinton Post next year. That's a very good contract. But like they won't be able to get like a D'Anthony Melton, for example. Like they were able to get D'Anthony Melton this past offseason, but they had to use the non-taxpayer mid-level exception to get him. That hard cap them, right? As you can see, like there's a lock here. So like as you see, they're hard capped by the first apron right now because they use that on D'Anthony Melton. So I mean the taxpayer mid-level exception is like, I mean it's gonna be, the non-taxpayer is gonna be $14 million next season. So if the taxpayer is gonna be like just like $7 million, like, or like sorry, it'll be just under $7 million. So I don't know. You'll be able to sign someone for like six million, something like that. It's like $6.5 million, I guess, per year, which is, it's something. It's not amazing, but it's something at least. Yeah, they're have to get really creative, honestly. Keaton Wallace in case too. Keaton Wallace, I wouldn't mind. Yeah. Match Boston will be taking, but Bulls managed even one by putting in bids would be nice for young potential. Yeah, the problem is yet again, it's just like, if you're wondering, the Bulls just don't have cap space. Like, I mean, even if somehow, some way we got Vooch off the roster, like, we wouldn't have cap space still. If you look here, so if you're wondering how this works, again, so when it comes to this sort of stuff, here's your numbers, right? Lonzo's new extension is just an estimate for now. These are your contracts that you currently have. Now, your unrestricted free agents, okay? Here's your unrestricted free agents. Josh Giddey's amongst them, okay? The problem is that his cap hold is here. It's $25 million. Trey Jones's cap hold is going to be 17, okay? So your active roster, right, is $134 million. The problem is, though, is like, let's say the cap is $154 million. You would only get that $20 million in cap space if you get rid of every single cap hold you have currently. So that would mean that you would have to renounce all your rights for Trey Jones, for Josh Giddey, etc. Okay? Which means then that you would not be able to re-sign those guys going over the salary cap because you just renounced all their rights. So that's the only issue. It's just like, yeah, the Bulls could have $20 million this offseason, but they're not heading into it for now because they would have these cap holds, and obviously you're going to try to re-sign Giddey. So you're just not going to have the cap space no matter what, pretty much. Now, if you're wondering why, yet again, why I'm pissed off about the Collins and Herter contracts, because if, let's say, for example, we didn't have these, $36 million on the books, then yeah, we would actually be heading into the offseason with some cap space, even with the cap holds on the roster. And then ideally, you would also get rid of Vooch's contract, which means that you just cleared off like $56 million in cap space for the offseason. You would be heading into the offseason with Josh Giddey's cap hold on the roster and be perfectly fine. You would have plenty of cap space if you just did the trades correctly. If you didn't just take one of these guys back, you would have cap space heading into the offseason, assuming you got off Vooch's contract too. So if you got rid of Vooch's contract and then one of Collins or Herter, you would be heading into like the offseason with like a decent amount of cap space, honestly. So that's the reason why I'm really pissed off personally about the Levine deal, and then obviously Vooch still being on the team. But yeah, I'd try, if you're wondering, I would try to like take any of those guys away, like send the non-taxpayer mid-level to them and just see if they accept it. Yeah, I would definitely be trying anything in my willpower to do that. But yeah, I think every single team that has a restricted free agent will be gladly matching a non-taxpayer mid-level contract. Honestly, I think for most of those guys, they wouldn't even accept the deal. I think they're just like, okay, thanks for the offer. Now I get to go use this offer and be like, go to this other team like, hey, so I got the non-taxpayer mid-level, which again, it's gonna be about $14 million next season. What can I get a better offer from you now? But again, we'll see. I will say though that there won't be, like, I don't think there's gonna be a lot of teams that have a lot of cap space heading into the offseason. So you might be able to get some guys for a lot cheaper moving forward because of just how there's a lack of ability to spend, honestly. Doing is about as good as Giddey's so marginal if they would want him for anything in that range. Yeah, you would hope, but I doubt it. Like, I just don't think you're gonna get Kuminga. I would love it, but yeah, it's hard. 80/Luka less Mavs beat Golden State Warriors with Christie playing well, while LeBron/Luka lose to Utah. Let Nico cook. Yeah, just the main guy that you traded for is gonna be out for a month. Yeah, Nico definitely cooked with it. I still can't believe that trade happened. I can't believe that actually happened though. I thought the Warriors were gonna win that game. But clearly, it actually got a lot closer than I thought it would be. But bro, Kyrie put up 42. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, nice job from Kyrie. Max Christie was 17. Klay Thompson gets his revenge against Golden State again, I guess. Steph with interesting nights. But it's been kind of the typical for him this year. Jimmy this is a good game from Jimmy, so them losing this game is actually pretty concerning. This guy though has been bad recently for sure. Man, you even got a 6-9 performance from GP too. Like, how the hell do you lose this one, bro? Just Kyrie going off and Christie having a nice game is just the reason why you lost this game. Like, yeah, I won't lie. The Warriors losing this one's pretty bad. They got to win this one. I mean, you got 25 from Steph, almost a triple-double from Jimmy, like a 21-point triple-double almost. You got 14 from GP2. You got 14 from Moses Moody. Granted, he didn't shoot that great. And yeah, you somehow still lost. Like I don't know what else you can really ask for consistently. Like, yeah, Buddy Hield shouldn't go 1 for 9, but like you really, like, you should really be winning this one. I guess Kyrie just going off is a problem. So I mean, as it usually is. Yeah, I'm hoping, like, the Golden State Warriors, honestly, like, it's gonna be interesting to watch because I do think that trade's gonna really help them after watching the first couple of games, but they have some uphill battles still that they have to really work out. How are the, okay, bro? There have been some weird games tonight. The Hawks, I don't know if you guys saw the Hawks have, like, the Hawks got the Knicks to have like serious meltdown. Like the Hawks scored 7 points, or what was it, 6 points in 7 seconds, to force overtime against the Knicks. Now the Knicks still won the game, but like that was insane to look at. I'm shocked that Memphis is. Oh no, Ja. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot more sense to me. I was like, man, like how are the Clippers just like putting it on the Grizzlies' heads? But I mean, hey, you know, Kawhi's, I guess, looking great. I do think Harden and Zubac have been very underrated this year, and Norman Powell's obviously been pretty good. So, hey, Clippers are still doing good. They've still been doing pretty good. Magic apparently were also having a horrible time against the Hornets tonight. So that was interesting. Yeah, this game happened. The 76ers somehow didn't beat the Brooklyn Nets. I know the Miami Heat were up by 10 against the Thunder at one point, but that they didn't. Heat didn't stay above it. If you want to check in on Levine, so Levine scored 23 points tonight, but it was mostly from the free throw line. So he's still struggling to shoot the damn ball. But he had 7 assists. He didn't score in the first quarter. I know that for sure. So yeah, we'll see how this continues. But I mean, DeRozan's looked a lot better since Levine's got there. But defensively, they can't guard anybody. Keon Ellis had a hell of a game. He had 22 points in the first half. Yeah, 7 threes. So cool to see Keon Ellis doing that. The Bucks beat the Timberwolves, and the Bucks didn't have Lillard or Giannis. Don't know how the Timberwolves lost this game, bro. The fact that the Timberwolves lost this game is insane. I know, like, you don't have Julius Randle. That this is just unacceptable. You can't lose this one, bro. No Giannis, no Lillard. You lost. That's unacceptable, at least in my opinion. Rockets beat the Suns. That's not that shocking. So this game happened. I need to look at this one. I have not checked into this game at all tonight. But all right, Luka's still on a minutes restriction, clearly. But they should still win this game. They just beat this team. Hey, Larry had a typical Larry performance since in Utah, so that's a good sign for Larry. Yeah, the Lakers need to beat this team still. That's insane that they lost tonight. That's crazy to me. Denver beat the Blazers, so that's not good for our overall. Jamal Murray at 55? Holy shit, bro. Okay. Maybe Murray's finally back. It took a while, but maybe Murray's actually like back now. Like it just took forever, but he's finally here. Yeah, I mean these numbers look more like Jamal Murray now. Like this is typical Jamal Murray stats. Finally, finally having the better overall shooting percentage. Like this is better Jamal Murray finally. So maybe he's finally officially back. It just took forever, but he's finally there. Yeah, I mean, that's a very good sign for Denver. 55 from Jamal Murray. Holy crap, bro. I did not think he'd ever have a 55-point game ever again. Or I don't know if he's even had one before. But holy shit, man. Blazers, though, are playing pretty well. So hopefully they continue to play well. No, they lost this one, but please play well. Yeah, this is not good. Bro, I won't lie. Scoot Henderson has been one of the most disappointing things to look at. I'm very sad to see Scoot play so bad. He's been better recently, but I mean, there are some people like that legit told me that they would pick Scoot Henderson over Wembanyama, and I'm just like, I understand that Wembanyama is the whole injury risk, but let's just be honest with ourselves. You don't pass up on an alien, bro. Like you just don't. Keon should be starting, but hard to make it happen with that roster. I don't know, honestly. Like, he probably should be starting, honestly, but then it's just like, is Levine your point? Like, is DeRozan your point? Like, I think DeRozan should be your point, but it's just all whack. Like, it would genuinely just be a problem, I think, how the offense would run, but maybe I'm wrong, honestly. That Kings team has so many fit issues going on that I'll be interested to see how that's going to work out once the All-Star break is over. because like Levine clearly is not comfortable right now with how things are going. He's trying to like really, you know, get everyone else involved within the offense, and you know, he's still getting up some points, but like he clearly just isn't fully comfortable right now, so they got to figure things out. I saw the Kings pick up Fultz, maybe that helps their offense. That might, I think it actually more helps their defense, honestly. Like, if we're just being dead honest, I think that helps their defense more. Yeah, I hope that helps. Like, you know, maybe just having them point out there would help, but God almighty, I don't know, bro. I really think you might actually just be right that Keon might just need to start. Like, put Malik Monk back on the bench. Have DeRozan be your point, right? Levine's like your kind of off scoring guard. It just, yeah. I really just kind of wonder, like, maybe that might be the best decision moving forward, just to make sure that Monk isn't just going to be kind of going cold within the game, or just like not getting the shots. And so whenever you take one of Levine or DeRozan out, you put Monk in. Like, you just play Monk whenever one is off the floor. Like, that might be it, honestly. But, oof. When Fultz helps your defense is a fair call. I mean, bro, like, let's just be honest with ourselves. That the Kings defense, man, it just is non-existent besides Keon. Like, that team defensively, on the perimeter specifically, like, not including Keegan Murray here, like, that team is just like, holy shit, they have no defenders on the defensive end on perimeter. Like, it just is so bad. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the rotation now that they're playing right now, like, I mean, again, Monk is not a defender, if you ask me. I mean, just pointing it out. But, like, they're running basically like an 8-man. Like, I guess this is a 9-man. But, like, these guys on the bottom here, like, you're playing mostly 6 guys. Like, it's just Keon is, like, your main sub. And then Valanciunas gets 14 minutes, so that's basically when Sabonis goes to the bench. And then Laravia and Lyles get, like, some minutes here and there, but that's it. Like, it's not that much. Like, you're basically playing 6 guys. You're like, oh my God. Like, I really hope, like, their defense holds up with, you have Levine, Monk, DeRozan, and Valanciunas and Sabonis out there. You're gonna hope your defense holds up when those are, like, your main guys that you play. Like, oof, I really have some concerns for you, man. I really don't have any good feelings about that sort of situation at all. I would hope that you're you know, everyone's gonna try to buy in defensively, but bro, I would really, I mean, yeah, just, I don't know, play Drake Crowder some minutes or something at like small forward or something. Kings, as you suggested, really being Bulls 2.0 with no D. Yeah. It's very funny, bro. It's so funny seeing that they're just Bulls 2.0. They're probably better on offense. Like, I'll be dead serious. Like, they're probably better on offense. I mean, hell, they took the 45 threes tonight. Like, the Bulls never did that with DeRozan here. But, yeah, they're basically the Bulls built, but better on offense because you have Sabonis. But they have no defense. And you don't have Lonzo or Caruso to kind of help you out. You have a Caruso and Keon Ellis, right? So, yeah, you have a Caruso sort of with Keon Ellis, but that's it. you don't have Alonzo. Your backup center is not going to be helping you either. So, yeah, looking pretty rough, man. I mean, granted, though, they have won 3 of 2 since Levine has got there. So, you know, maybe it's going to work out just fine. But in terms of standings, man, I mean, they're above Golden State, but holy shit, I just don't have faith right now. I think Golden State passes them. Do they probably stay above Phoenix and San Antonio at this point? Yeah, I think so. I don't have any faith in Phoenix moving forward. So they'll probably just be the 10 seed, which is very funny because the Bulls are probably just going to end as the 10 seed. The Bulls were the 10 seed last year anyway, so... sorry, they were the 9 seed last year, excuse me, so that's incorrect. But, they were the 10 seed the year prior. Yeah, not great. Not great at all. I think the Kings, they're gonna have to really reevaluate this upcoming summer about what they're gonna be doing, because I think that they need to actually think about rebuilding. And then it sucks for Zach because he just got traded there, but like, just trade Zach somewhere else and trade Sabonis somewhere else. I was thinking Golden State Warriors past Kings. Yeah, I think Golden State past the Kings. I understand it's like, I mean, I know Golden State just lost tonight, but like, I think the Warriors have a better kind of fit moving forward, and the Kings just, I mean, I don't even remember who they faced when Levine's first game. Like, I don't even remember, honestly. I should remember this, but it was Orlando. That's right. Yeah. So they beat Orlando. Or sorry, they lost to Orlando by like they got like wrecked from 3-point range, and Orlando's like one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in history. So somehow, some way, you let a team that is one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in history put up 130 on you. They then lost to Portland at, I mean, and granted, Portland's been playing better, so maybe that's not that bad. But then you won against New Orleans. That's not, again, by 5, and it was a dogfight. You then won against the Mavericks, and it was because DeRozan went off for 42, and you almost blew it at the end. Like, you're up by like 5 with like 40 seconds to go, and you gave up like 6 points in a matter of 30 seconds. And then you won tonight in New Orleans, so then great, and then you go and face New Orleans again tomorrow. So, like, I mean, yeah, I guess you have a chance to make it, 4-2 since Levine's gotten there. But then you face Golden State. I mean, this is actually not that bad of a run here on out. Like, this is not that bad of a schedule. Like, I mean, winnable, definitely winnable. Lose, we'll see. Lose, winnable. Like, I mean, heading into, like, end of February, heading into March is not that bad for the Kings. They can maybe kind of figure out their groove there. But then after that, bro, I mean, like, playoff team. Playoff team, us, playoff team. Like, that's a rough stretch at the end, like, mid to end March. Like, that's really rough. So, yeah, I mean, bro, I want it to work out just because I just want Levine to just be on, like, a better team. But, God almighty, man, I just really have a serious issue with the fact that he's back with DeMar DeRozan, and the team doesn't have any defenders on it, and, they don't have a point guard. Like, I just, when they trade Zach for more with the Bulls, oh my God, I promise you, if the Kings trade Levine, they're getting more than what the Bulls got. And that's me saying that, knowing that the Kings have a poor front office. I think their front office is absolutely stupid. But just due to their situation, where it's not like you're trying to make sure you get your pick back, like, they'll trade Levine for more than what the Bulls got, for sure. And yeah, it's definitely not a high marker. Will be rough if Golden State Warriors missed the playoffs after Jimmy turned down a trade to Memphis. It would be definitely rough. I think for Jimmy's sake, it wouldn't be that bad for Jimmy, just because he knew he wasn't going to get the extension in Memphis. So I think for him, like, he'd be like, hey, yeah, we're probably not making the finals in Memphis, but there's a shot for sure. But he'd probably be like, you know what? We can make the Western Conference Finals in Memphis, but if I don't get that contract, I just don't care. That's probably his honest to God probably thought process, and it's wrong. I mean, I would personally rather choose the winning, but for him specifically, like, he really wanted the contract badly, so he got it. But for the Warriors specifically, it would be a dreadful thing if you gave him that extension and you didn't make the playoffs. But it's obviously about money for Jimmy, while he's pretending to care about winning. Well, I do think he does care about winning to an extent, but it has to be by his way, right? Like, he wants to win, but it has to be by done on his terms, which means that he gets the extension, and then he gets to have the ball in his hands a lot on offense. Which with the Warriors, obviously, you have Steph and him. It's basically just those two guys. So you'll have the ball plenty with just him and Steph on that team. But yeah, he wants to win, but it has to be on his terms. It has to be that he gets to show the world that he can try to go and, bring a team to the finals, with him being one of, like, the top 2 players on the roster. Because he thinks in Miami he's like, what, the 3rd option now, with Hero and Bam now officially, like, coming into their own, which Bam has been awful this year, but Hero has obviously, become their main scorer. So, like, he is just like, well, I'm not going to be the 3rd option. Like, I'm not going to be standing in the corner. So like I want to win on my own terms, and here we are. Wanting to win by only his terms. He's Jerry Reinsdorf. Sure. If you want to say it like that, yeah. At least, in his terms, he actually, does, get money and wants the team to spend money versus Reinsdorf doesn't want to spend any money. But yeah, I guess you could say it's kind of similar that Reinsdorf wins by his own terms. But I definitely think they're different kind of terms, I think. One really wants the team to spend money. The other, Reinsdorf, does not want to spend any money. Like Jimmy wants the team, like Jimmy wants his contract, but then he also wants the Warriors to go on and spend as much money as possible. So, obviously, when you spend $60 million for Steph, that does a lot, right? That's probably enough in Jimmy's book to, yeah, you know what, you did a good enough job. But in Miami, though, where they didn't go and make a trade for Donovan Mitchell, where they didn't trade for Damian Lillard, where they, passed up on other trade opportunities to help the team get better just due to money, he was probably really upset. Which, honestly, I don't blame him. Like, I actually don't blame him for that. Like, I think when it comes to the Pat Riley versus Jimmy Butler thing, I'm choosing Jimmy. I think Pat Riley's an idiot for saying that sort of stuff. But in terms of, paying Jimmy Butler and like he wants, this big money if you do trade for him, it's definitely a risk for sure. If he does somehow get the Warriors, like if he like, let's say they win the playing games and like he brings them to like the Western Conference Finals or something, like, hey, he honestly just proved the entire world wrong. Like he's like, listen, you gotta pay me because I'm gonna help you win. And if he somehow like brings this team to the Western Conference Finals, like, hey man, he proved everyone wrong. Yeah, I do think though that Pat Riley is just an idiot. Like I think Pat was incorrect about him. Like Jimmy wants this new contract, probably deserves it, honestly. But like Jimmy's right. Like I don't think that the Heat did enough to help the rest of the team to get past the hump of like, hey, you made it to the finals, but it's like, okay, now go win it. It's like, well, we need more. Like we didn't win the finals for a reason. Like I can only do so much. The West is harder. We play in the East. Like we got to the finals because the East is weak. Like let's just be honest. And Pat Riley's like, no, you got enough. You made it to the finals. Go and win it. Like I think Jimmy's right in that like we need more. But in terms of like, hey, you should trade for me and then also pay me the money, like that's a very, very big risk for any team trading for him. So the Warriors did it. They didn't have to give up a whole lot, but they did do it. And the contracts is just a big risk though. So yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. But yeah, as I said, it's his terms, right? About to play 3 games, 3 different sports in a row. Thanks for streaming. I appreciate it, Charles. Thank you for checking in. Good luck with all that. That's a lot. Jesus, bro. When I played back-to-back games in baseball, like doubleheaders in baseball, God, I would be so sore after the end of that. So good luck. Be healthy after all this. Don't get hurt. Have there ever been 2 teams with 10 or fewer losses at the All-Star break? I would assume so, honestly. Let's go ahead and check. 2013, 2014 NBA standings for let's just go at All-Star break. How the hell does this work? I've actually never done this. So standings by date. Okay, I see. Let's see. I mean, we should just be able to infer the All-Star break. Okay, so yeah, February 13th, 2014 is the last day before the All-Star break. Milwaukee this year had 9 wins. Okay, so then let's go out west. I'm gonna assume that no one did out west, but let's just see. Yeah, Sacramento 18. Okay, so let's go back to previous year and talk about this. Was it this year? I always forget which year it was for Philly. Like which year was Philly absolutely just doing the tank? Was it the following season? Honestly, it might have been this year. That's West. No, this isn't it either. What the? Okay, hold on. No, Philly was good this year. Okay, Jesus, man. I honestly, I completely forgot how, like, Philly actually won that many games. I forgot how many games Philly actually won, in this specific season. Like, this is the year that they're trying to be horrible, and some of the Bucks were worse than that. I forgot about that. The Bucks were just so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's ever been done, honestly. Like, all I can remember is just that. Like, I guess the other year I have to look at is like this year, or sorry, this year. But what wasn't this year? This year started at Christmas because of the lockout, so it's kind of hard to like go off that year. So like maybe this year. I know Charlotte was like horrible during this year, or I guess it wasn't Charlotte. I guess it was Cleveland. I thought Charlotte was pretty bad. I guess not. I guess they were bad, but I mean, okay. Let's see. When the All-Star break is this? Yeah, 10 wins. Oh boy. Yeah, it might actually have never happened, honestly. So this is 2015-16. So this is the year that Cleveland won the championship. Okay, this is another Philly tank year. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I'm remembering this. I remember this year. Holy crap. This year was insane by Philly. I remember this. Okay, so Philly are so bad. He had 8 wins heading into the All-Star break, and then in the West, I doubt it just because it's the West, but we'll just look. But yeah, 11 wins for the Lakers. Like, whew. Yeah, it may have actually never happened, AV Breeze. That's actually like a really good call. Oh, you're talking about, oh, I'm so sorry. You said losses. I'm so sorry. That's actually a really good question, honestly. Trying to see if there's a comp for OKC / Cleveland dominance this year. I actually wonder about last year. What happened last year? That's actually like a really good question. God, I wish I could like do this quicker. I don't think there's a way to be quicker about this, but I wish I could do this quicker. Okay, last year. Oh, so let's see. West versus East. Excuse me. Yeah, so at the top of the East was Milwaukee, and sorry, that's Minnesota. God, I want to kill myself, bro. In game. Let's see. Yeah. Honestly, bro, that also just seems ridiculous. So, you know, I did kind of say that I think that there's really good, like, competitive and, like, balance in the league right now. I don't know if that is the case, actually. Like, the competitive balance in the league might actually not be that great right now. The only other team I can really think about is, like, when the Atlanta Hawks, like, went on to, like, that ridiculous, like, run. Like, was that, like, good enough for them? To, like, not have, like, 10 losses by the All-Star break? Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Are we back? Holy crap. Wow, I just dropped 1,300 frames in a very quick amount of time. Holy crap, that sucked. Okay, hold on. Because let me go back to the 2016-17, or sorry, 2015. What year was it? Bro, I hate that my internet's doing this right now. I'm so sorry. I know that my internet's just straight up effing. I'm so sorry about this. Just hold on. Let me get off my Wi-Fi for a second on my phone. See if that will help. Holy crap. Wow. We are having a rough moment here. I mean, I can even tell, like, if you guys can't even see it, but like I can't even like these pages won't load that easily. So it's just my internet just went to absolute crap. Which is just really annoying. It might honestly be the weather, but I mean, yeah, it sucks. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see. Can I like change like All right, hold on. I'm lowering bitrate for just a little bit here, so I do apologize. The stream quality is not gonna look too great, and my voice is not gonna sound as good. But I'm just gonna lower bitrate for just a little bit, just to try to see if I can stabilize this, and try to see if my internet will not completely die out on me for a second here. The only thing I could think about, honestly, for you, AV Breeze, was the year where the Warriors. So it was 2015-16, but the year the Warriors, they won 7-3-9, right? The Spurs, though, also that season, they had a 67-15 record. So this might be the only year, and it's this year. Yeah, this is the year for you. So the Spurs and the Golden State Warriors were the only other year, honestly, that I can think of where you had two teams have less than 10 losses before the All-Star break. That's like the only that was the only thing I can think of, was just like, okay, I remember Warriors obviously going on the run, but the Spurs had a hell of a season, and they no one talked about them though, because it was like, well, the Warriors are at 73-9. So yeah, this is the only year that I could also think of where two teams had less than 10 losses at the All-Star break. It is this year. Honestly, you could probably go through the rest of history, and I don't know, so you might maybe when the Jordan Bulls won 72-10, maybe there was another team that was also really good that year, that just didn't have that many losses. We can quickly pull that up here, but let's go ahead. 1995, sorry, that's 96. 96 NBA. Is this? Oh my god, bro. Hold on. Alright, we're gonna do it this way, just because I don't want to. Alright, there we go. Okay, Eastern Conference this year. So again, this was the Jordan Bulls, 72-10. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, 2015 was close to 11 for Atlanta, 9 for Golden State. Okay, that was my other year I was thinking, but yeah, that's crazy. That even that year where Atlanta went on to that. Well, how many? I don't know how many wins it was in a row for Atlanta, but that was an insane run for Atlanta where they had 4 All-Stars. That was crazy. But let's see here. When was All-Star break this year? Okay, yeah. So Bulls were 42-5. I'm gonna assume out west, no one was doing it any close to that. Oh my god, my internet's so bad right now. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, not anywhere close. Seattle was not anywhere close. I mean, it was close, but they are 34-12. So yeah. It is crazy though. Okay. Sorry, I hit my screen and I did something. It might be better. It should be better now. Holy crap, man! This is just unacceptable though, from my internet. I'm not happy about this. Okay, we should be a lot better now. It should be stable now. Yeah, I'm so sorry about this. This is unacceptable by my internet. Oh my god, bro, what the fuck? Sorry, now I just saw OBS freeze, but we're back. Okay. Yeah, we should be fine now. It should be really close to normal now. Bitrate's clean. There really shouldn't be that many issues right now. But again, I do apologize. Jesus, man, I hate this. I hate internet issues like this. I'm so sorry. Yeah, please forgive me about this. Yeah, it's fine now. Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's honestly AV Breeze. That's a very good thing to think about. About having two teams with 10 or fewer losses at the All-Star break. Yeah. That that I will also. It's funny because I thought you said 10 or fewer wins. But yeah, I'd be interested just to see also like who had 10 or fewer wins heading into All-Star breaks in like league history. Like, has there ever been like more than 2 teams for that? I doubt it, right? But yeah, I would honestly be interested in also that. All right, let's see. So yeah, Thunder play tomorrow. This is on TNT, so go ahead and watch that game if you're available to do so tomorrow. This is a good matchup overall, but Thunder should probably win that one, honestly. Let's just be real. Okay. When it comes to, I guess, the rest of this stream, because now that we're officially stabilized, let me go over a couple of things when it comes to the more recent Bulls news. And we'll kind of end the stream after that. And we'll, as we're ending stream, we'll be talking about All-Star break, Buzel's and the dunk contest, etc. But I don't know if you guys saw earlier today, but there's been some tweets that have been kind of going around today about that the Bulls potentially missed out on a first round pick for Lonzo. And so much to the point that it got onto Twitter that Casey Johnson even had to kind of report about it. But here is kind of what we're looking at. So I'm gonna go to Will Gottlieb really quickly because he also did tweet about it. But pretty much though, this is the tweet. Okay. But Bulls Central YouTube, who, if you don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of him. I don't think he's that smart, honestly, when it comes to talking about NBA rules and stuff like that, and like what teams could potentially be doing. I also think he's not very smart when it comes to like overall player value. But my problem, I guess I should explain more, is that like he acts smart, but I don't think he's that smart. Like he acts as if he knows the trade rules, but he doesn't know the trade rules. He thinks the Bulls could like make all these trades when I told him before, like you can't make that trade. Like it is literally impossible for you to make this trade. I don't expect people to be smart about all these things, but if you're gonna tell people certain information and say, hey, this is a trade the Bulls can do, and it's straight up illegal to do that, then I have to call you out on it. But what Bull Central does do a good job of, and I've always said Bull Central's done a good job of this, which is he does a good job of interviewing people. He gets people on for interviews all the time. Like it doesn't matter who it is. But he got interviewed with Darnell Mayberry, and Darnell Mayberry then told him that he got some report from John Hollinger that the Bulls were offered a first round pick for Lonzo Ball this year at the deadline, and the Bulls didn't take it. And a lot of people are always gonna immediately jump to like, well, we don't know the protections, like what's gonna be the long-term salary that the Bulls would have had to take in back. But from what we can infer from everything with Hollinger being the person that reported it, to then Casey Johnson also saying that the Bulls have been offered draft capital for Lonzo Ball for a long-term contract. And then you go and look at the long-term contracts and the picks that were offered at the deadline that were traded, okay? With Hollinger's connection with the Memphis Grizzlies, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I think that the Bulls were offered Marcus Smart and a first-round pick for Lonzo. I really do think that was the case. I genuinely believe, because Hollinger has had that connection with the Grizzlies for most of his NBA career, that he got info that the Bulls could have traded Lonzo Ball for Marcus Smart and a first rounder. If you're not aware of the trade that the Grizzlies did do, the Grizzlies did make a trade that sent Marcus Smart to the Wizards. It was a part of a 3-team deal, and they sent out their 2025 pick to the Wizards in this deal. Okay, there's this massive deal that happened, a lot of moving parts here. But the whole point about this deal was to get more salary cap flexibility moving forward, and it's just Marcus Smart's contract and his with Memphis, have to re-sign some guys, but he's making $21 million next season. They were willing to move a first-round pick to get his contract off the books, basically. They got back some second-rounders from the two teams involved, but that's it. I think, was Laravia? No, Laravia is not part of this deal. Oh, he was, yeah. So Laravia was part of this deal for Sacramento. But yeah, like, it just, like, when I heard this, I was just like, oh my god. I cannot believe that this actually did happen. I want to say real quick, as a Pistons fan, that I really like Montes and think he's gonna be really special for y'all. Hey, what's going on, Joe B? Thank you for coming and chatting and saying that. Thanks. Yeah, we're big Montes fans here. You know, we hope that he does turn into something special. Don't know exactly if he will, but I do have more faith that he will be a very, very good player for us. So I appreciate checking in on the stream and letting us know that. Honestly, it's insightful to hear from other fans their sort of perspective on Bulls players, honestly, because I don't always talk to many other fans about from other, you know, other fans from other teams overall. So I do appreciate that a lot. Welcome in, and if you want to hang around, go ahead. But also, I know that it's like you're in enemy territory with the Bulls and Pistons rivalry that they've had over the years. All right, sorry. Back to this though. Like, this right here, let me just say this, okay? If the Bulls were offered Marcus Smart and a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball, and assuming that the first-round pick protection on it would not have been, like, all right, it's going to be top 20 protected, okay? Like, let's just say it's lottery protected because that's what typically happens. The Bulls should have accepted it. Like, just straight up. Like, you should have 1,000,000% have accepted this deal. And if you're wondering, like, oh, is that really what was offered? Like, are we sure? Like, we don't really know everything. Let's just be honest with ourselves here. Like, Lonzo, like, if people are so worried about the bad contract coming back or whatever, like long-term money, if you're so worried about it, like, Lonzo's only making $20 million this year, bro. Or I guess it's 21 this year. Like, it's not like you're gonna get back a $40 million contract per year, okay? Like, you're not gonna get Levine's contract back, all right? Like, I know everyone's like so scared after Levine's contract of like taking out long-term money, but you're not gonna be taking back like Levine's contract again, okay? Like, it's gonna be at most, it's gonna be $20 million per year for who knows how long, but it's gonna be around there. So whether it was Marcus Smart's contract, which is only on for next season, or whether it was Yusuf Nurkic's contract, which is also only on for next season, okay? Whatever the case was, if you were able to get a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball that has a very high chance of conveying, you should have taken the deal. Like, I'm sorry, you should have just taken it. People were telling me, like, well, at least with the extension, like how Will Gottlieb just said, that the extension's going to raise his value significantly, and you'd be able to maybe trade Lonzo Ball for more draft capital than you would be able to trade him for today. With this new extension, it's a very team-friendly deal. Maybe this would work out for you better. But if you were able instead to get a first-round pick this year for Lonzo Ball, holy crap, you should have taken the deal immediately. I'm shocked that there are still some Bulls fans arguing with me about this, that like, no, we shouldn't have taken the deal. Like, Lonzo's too valuable. He's going to help the next rebuilding team. Like, you can't just give this guy up for nothing. And I'm like, bro, we're rebuilding. Okay. I don't care about how well you think he's going to be like meshing with the younger players or, you know, trying to help lead the team moving forward. Okay. A rebuild, when it comes to a player with Lonzo Ball, and you know, he's a veteran right now that very, very much can help a win now team. Okay. Him being on this roster, sure, it might help the younger players, but at the end of the day, if I can get a first round pick for that guy and get more young talent, I do it. Okay. The fact that this happened is frustrating as hell for me. I understand that there's a lot of people already talking about how, like, okay, maybe the protections were bad or whatever, but I was willing to trade Lonzo for some seconds, bro. So if you were telling me that I could potentially get a first round pick and maybe the protections end up, you know, keeping the pick for them, but you get 2 second rounders out of it instead as the, you know, the kind of like the whole consolation prize, right? Like, I would still have accepted it. Like, I'm just shocked at how incompetent this front office is, but also just shocked at how many Bulls fans are like, yeah, the Bulls made the right decision. Like, this front office that you have been constantly criticizing consistently throughout the years, and all of a sudden you're like, no, this was fine. The Lonzo extension was okay. I think it was an okay decision. It's not what I personally would have done, but now that we have more light on things of like, oh, we could have gotten a first-round pick for him instead, to me, the extension was not the wrong decision. It went from being like, okay, you know what, maybe, maybe you end up getting a first-round pick instead for him later, which I already thought that's not even going to happen, even with the new contract, just because teams don't typically trade first-round picks when it comes to trading for role players. Like Lonzo, as good as he is when he is healthy, like he's mostly a role player, okay? Like he's not an all-star. You don't typically see teams give up first-round picks for those guys anyway, unless there's like severe protections on them. So I just thought like, okay, you know what? Maybe you end up getting like 3 second-rounders or something out of it. But if the Bulls could have gotten a first-round pick for Lonzo this year, because the Memphis Grizzlies were so hell-bent on getting Marcus Smart's contract off the books, but they still want to stay relevant enough for this year, right? So they would have traded Smart's contract and a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball. So because Lonzo's gonna be expiring this year, right? So it helps them still for next season, and then it still helps them this year. Don't know what the Bulls are doing. I'm sorry, just straight up, I don't know what they're doing. Like you should have 1,000,000% have accepted this deal if you're the Bulls. You just should have done it. Memphis also, again, like for a team like Memphis that is a very good team, like if there were protections on it, again, unless it was like a top 25 protected pick, which is insane if Memphis is even trying to like give that out there. But again, unless it was something like that, like if it was lottery protected, that is a pick that you absolutely should be taking back in return. If it's lottery protected in 2025, again, we still don't know what the pick sent to the Wizards, how the protections work for that pick. But either way, the Bulls should have accepted this deal. Which once again, I think shows everybody that this team is not rebuilding. If you were a rebuilding general manager right now for this Bulls team, and you were offered Marcus Smart and a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball, who's on an expiring contract and missed the last 2.5 seasons, okay, you accept that deal immediately. All right, you don't even think about it. You just say yes, and you hang up the phone and call the league office. Okay, that right there to me, for this Bulls team, I cannot believe that we find out today the Bulls were offered a first-round pick for Lonzo Ball and they didn't accept it. To me, for all the people that are telling me, well, second-rounders don't have any value or whatever, which I completely disagree with, by the way. Like, I understand there's people like trying to tell me numbers about second-rounders have basically little to no chance of panning out anyway. It's very funny though, because I would assume who's on the team currently, so is Julian Phillips, so is Trey Jones, so is THT. So there are currently 4 second-rounders that currently are on this Bulls squad right now. As much as people want to tell me that, I still think that no matter what, you should be prioritizing draft capital if you're a rebuilding team. Which once again keeps proving my point. This Bulls team is not rebuilding. This front office does not want to rebuild. They want to try to hang around and still be good enough for a play-in team and continue to make their money every single season and give just enough hope for Bulls fans to keep coming to games and not actually make an actual winning team, because they don't want to spend the money and draft capital and figure things out to try to make them a winning squad. It is frustrating to see that this Bulls front office continues to be incompetent and that AK can't even make the simplest of trades. I think now, after this specific deadline, from what we have heard from what's been reported about the Bulls front office and how other front offices basically think the Bulls are one of the worst in the league, how other front offices have tried to make actual really reasonable deals for the Bulls, okay? Like, this is no longer that, okay, the Bulls are just offered bullshit because they're the Bulls and they're trying to always scam the Bulls or fleece the Bulls, so the Bulls didn't do anything. The Bulls were offered some very good deals this trade deadline, okay? I mean, it's been reported that they were offered 2 second-rounders for Nikola Vucevic and Kevon Looney and GP2. It was reported that they were trying to the Warriors were trying to get both Levine and Vucevic, and that would have gotten both of them off the books for the Bulls, okay? They would have gotten Wiggins and probably a first-round pick out of the deal. And now we're getting reports that we could have given up Lonzo for a first-round pick. These are deals that are very reasonable and very good for the Bulls moving forward, and they did not accept most of them. That's the problem, okay? That is the issue when it comes to this Bulls front office. And now I actually think that there's no front office now is gonna be working with the Bulls, because it's like, bro, we just offered you a first-round pick for Alonzo Ball and Marcus Smart. How the hell are you not accepting that? We're not gonna make any sort of deals with you from here on out because you're just this incompetent. Basically, talking with you from here on out is a waste of time. Like, that's what's gonna happen from here on out because of this trade deadline. This trade deadline was an absolute failure already because you didn't trade Nikola Vucevic. It is even more of a failure now because of this that just came out. You, AK, I did not think it could get any worse, but it somehow got worse today because your incompetent ass did not trade Lonzo Ball for a first-round pick. And somehow, some way, it looks even worse for you after everything that's happened. So, look, I'm gonna just go ahead and just explain what's gonna be, you know, everything moving forward with this channel. Like, if you're wondering if this is me saying, when it comes to, like, you know, the Bulls and everything about, like, oh, we have no future, like, why do you still cover the team? I want you to know I'm still gonna always be covering the team and always doing these streams and still making content and covering the Bulls. I just love basketball that much at the end of the day that I'm always gonna be here. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. However, I also just want to make this clear for everybody. I think because of this deadline specifically, like, I have no faith in this Bulls future. Like, I really don't. I love Buzelis. I hope he turns out into something great. But when it comes to this front office, like, even if we land a Cooper Flag this off season, I have no faith, honestly. Like, I really don't think this front office is going to make the proper decisions to help build a actual winning team, whether that is them trying to rebuild or not. I don't trust them to actually pull off a rebuild correctly because they still haven't pulled off a fucking rebuild right now. Like, we're still not rebuilding. And I don't trust them to actually have the actual, you know, ways of making a good roster if they actually get a superstar somehow. Getting a superstar fixes a lot of issues, but not accepting deals that help make your team better for the future when you're not going anywhere currently is not going to help your case at all moving forward. And this was a deal that they missed on. So I'm pretty pissed off at this right now when it comes to the Bulls. Like, I really don't have much faith moving forward. Until this front office is gone, I'm basically just like, yeah, we're screwed. Honestly, until Reinsdorf is dead, I don't have much faith, but then Michael Reinsdorf just takes over. So it's honestly, we're just in hell. But no matter what, like, I'm still going to be covering this team. I love the basketball too much to the point where I'm just like, I'm not just going to suddenly be like, oh, I'm not covering the team anymore. Like, no, I will always be covering this team. I'll make sure, though, that I tell people, like, listen, unfortunately, when it comes to this team, don't have much faith that suddenly we're just going to turn around in 5 years. I think that this team's going to be in a really rough spot moving forward. And we're going to hope and pray the ping pong balls fall our way every single year. And we just kind of stumble our way into a championship, honestly, because I guarantee the front office themselves is not going to have any sort of say in how we're going to make a championship level team. We just have to stumble our way into a championship, hopefully. Stumble our way into getting a star player. Because at the end of the day, with the way that things have gone so far with this front office, I mean, the Bulls are already not a free agent destination, even though they should be. But they're not. And Reinsdorf is a cheap ass and won't spend more money. And the Bulls, the front office themselves, can't pull off trades for the life of them. At least trades that are going to actually help this team moving forward. Levine trade was horrible. It didn't do anything at all. And clearly, the trades that are actually supposed to help you moving forward, you didn't make those trades. So yeah, I'm not having much faith, honestly, but don't worry, I'll still be here. I'm hoping to at least be still here and covering the day when Reinsdorf is dead. And hopefully the Bulls are making some major changes in the front office. And I'll still be here, you know, talking it up with you guys. And we'll actually have some faith moving forward. But man, bro, like, seeing this sort of stuff, like, I already had little to no faith. Like, my faith's gone. Like, there's no shot this specific Bulls front office is gonna do anything good. So I don't know who it is, honestly. Whether it is Michael Reinsdorf still pulling the strings behind the scenes, and we're just always blaming AK and the front office. Like, maybe that is the case. But I've always said that there are two things true about this Bulls team, and that's Reinsdorf is an absolute shitty owner, and his son, who is Michael, who is basically running the team, is just a horrible, whatever his his role is, whether it's president or I don't know what the hell it is, honestly. He's also horrible, but this front office overall has also been bad. They've been given enough resources and enough money to spend to go and make an actual good team. Okay, but they've failed. They've completely failed when it comes to making this team good and making sure that they're set up well for the future with this current team that's going nowhere. So again, maybe you're just always gonna tell me like, well, don't worry. I mean, it's AK and Mark Eversley are just getting paid just to take the criticism, pretty much. But they're guaranteed, like, you know, a job for the next decade. Like, maybe. But at the end of the day, I think that that's not the case, and I think that this front office is just straight up just idiots. I don't know who it is specifically. Whether I think it is AK specifically. After his horrible statement that he had at the trade deadline press conference. Where he thinks that, you know, just getting 9 to 10 solid players is a good way to win a championship, which that has not happened in the past, you know, at least 30 years. But I mean, maybe Mark Eversley is just this incompetent also. Maybe JJ Polk is just as stupid. Maybe all their assistants that they bring in, which they do have a bigger assistant overall, like assistant general manager staff compared to the last regime. Maybe they're also just as incompetent. But either way, this front office, besides Nico Harrison, is the dumbest front office in the NBA. It is an insane level of incompetency than what we're seeing right now. Like, again, I didn't think it could get worse after you didn't trade Nikola Vucevic for some second rounders, which you should have absolutely have done. But finding this out today, and again, we can use enough of what we've been told as evidence to try to connect the dots. I do think that it was Marcus Smart and a first rounder for Lonzo Ball, and the Bulls didn't accept it. So that alone is just that's straight malpractice at its finest. And you know, here we are. Like, we still have this stupid Bulls front office. We still are with same owners. Like, nothing's changing. So I'm really hoping that Buzelis pans out well and the ping pong balls fall our way this upcoming summer, because I am very nervous that we are going to be kind of just having the same conversation for the next 5 years. But no matter what, though, I'm still going to be here to criticize the hell out of this front office, because the Chicago Sports Network will never do it. Well, at least then there's people like me that will at least do it, because the Chicago Sports Network that's now officially owned by Jerry Reinsdorf, or that's owned by Jerry Reinsdorf, is never going to call out their own front office. They never will. So we're here to do that. We have a bunch of people here, like, in the Bulls community space, to do that, to make sure that we continue to call it the bullshit from this Bulls front office, from the Bulls front office and the Bulls ownership. Because I won't lie, man, there are too many Bulls fans right now that I'm seeing on Twitter recently that think that what AK did at this deadline was fine. Even after learning about the Lonzo Ball thing today, they're like, no, that's okay. I think, signing Lonzo to this extension is just fine. When I'm just like, bro, all right, if Lonzo Ball, I'm telling you right now, I've kept bookmarks for people. If Lonzo Ball goes and actually injures his knee, like, really badly, okay, I am sending this specific tweet to them, and I'm spamming them with it, being like, so now what, buddy? Like, this is the reason why you trade Lonzo now and you don't give him an extension, because while it's great that he's back, and I'm so happy for him that he's back and he got a new extension, which I'm happy for him specifically about that. The problem is that he's an injury risk. He just always has been his entire career. It's not just the knee. He's injured his ankle multiple times. Like, he's just an injury risk, bro. So if Lonzo does get injured and it tanks his value significantly, bro, like, I am going to be spamming the people when it comes to the people that said, no, keeping Lonzo was fine. It's okay to not trade him for a first. Like, that's okay. I'm like, bro, if that's what you're going to tell me and Lonzo gets injured, be prepared. Because this is the reason why I'm saying you have to trade him, because he's an injury risk. I am aware it's a very good deal. I mean, 10 years per year, team option second year. That's very good. That's a very good deal. Team-friendly deal. But, man, oh, man, I really don't think it's going to work out in the Bulls' favor, unfortunately. His ball handling ability to decide is going to be a huge ceiling. A lot of us that like the Pistons drafting Ron Holland would have also liked Mata, so we got a soft spot for him. Oh, I understand that for sure, Joe B. it's funnily enough, I wanted the Bulls to draft Ron Holland because I thought Buzelis was not going to fall to where the Bulls were. I thought Buzelis was going top 5 easily, like no matter what. Very shocked when you guys drafted Ron Holland, honestly. Like, I was very, very shocked because I thought the Bulls would actually have a good shot at him, but you know, end up working out that way. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with Buzelis. I think he has a ways to go in terms of, you know, becoming what people hope for him to become, like a, you know, major star in offense. I think defensively, I've been very, very, very happy with him because I've been pretty adamant that his best defensive ability is shot blocking and changing shots at the basket. Just being a good shot contester at the rim, which is very good for the Bulls moving forward. Yeah, I'm very happy with how Buzelis has looked defensively. On offense, he has impressed the hell out of me. Was not expecting this good of ball handling from him. So yeah, I'm hoping it turns out well. My only thing though is just that, like, he has to do a lot more. Like, I know a lot of Bulls fans right now are like, oh my god, he's gonna be like your first or second option moving forward. I don't think so. Like Kendall Gill going on the, I don't know if you saw this, but Kendall Gill is one of the people who do the post-game shows, former player. He went on the 670 score today and or yesterday, I don't know what day it was, but it was just like, I mean, he was like, why do Bulls fans want Cooper Flagg? We already have Cooper Flagg because we got Montes Buzelis. And I'm just like, no, we don't. Like, no, we don't. But even if you think that way, like, wouldn't you want both? Like, I hate that some Bulls fans are like this, where they're just like, oh, we already have Cooper Flagg. We'll be fine without him. Like, no. I would want both if I had the chance. Like, if I could get both, like, yeah, I would gladly take both. Like, let's just be real. But some Bulls fans are stupid like this. Kendall Gill is very clearly not a smart person when it comes to team building, and I mean, granted, he's employed by the Chicago Sports Network, who's owned by Jerry Reinsdorf, so it is what it is. But I think, honestly, I don't know what you think, Joby, but like when I look at Buzelis, like I'm very happy with his on-ball creation ability and his ball handling skills. I just think right now, I think he's probably third option, which is not a bad thing. But I think the people that are thinking, oh, he's gonna go and like become like a 26 point per game scorer and be a good defender, like, I hope. I mean, I'll be very happy if he becomes that. But I think he's probably gonna be closer to like 20 points per game, honestly. Maybe even a little bit less than that, like probably maybe 18 on like good efficiency, maybe. But I hope not. I really hope he's gonna be, you know, a consistent, like, you know, 23 plus point per game scorer and go on good efficiency, and he can handle the ball, create on his own, and, you know, shoot the 3 ball at least at an efficient clip. I'm hoping, man. I would really be hoping for that. So I have no idea why they didn't take that first from him, though. I don't know why either, honestly. I feel like they have a handshake deal for Zone in the offseason, to be honest. They better. Like, I mean, we better be getting a first and like in like multiple seconds for him then. But I doubt it. BJ Icoma is yeah. If not Flagg or Harper, who do you like for the Bulls? I mean, if I couldn't get Flagg, I would want Harper. Unfortunately though, Joby, I don't really watch much college basketball, so I haven't done my scouting just yet on these guys. I've just been kind of listening to what everyone else has been saying. I'm like, I know Ace Bailey's kind of up and down right now in terms of draft stock. But I'm not sure, honestly. I couldn't give you a direct answer right now. So if I will say though, I would gladly take Dylan Harper. I keep saying Ron Harper. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I would gladly take Dylan Harper. If I could, but if we can't get that, then I don't know, honestly. I'd have to really do my research still, because I haven't done that, unfortunately. I don't really watch college basketball or any of the prospects, so I promise you I will be doing that though this year, because we will be probably top 8 in the draft. Well, thankfully the Bulls got nothing but time for a 19-year-old Buzelis right now. That is fair. We have nothing but time, but I'm sure the Bulls will find a way to fuck it up where we end up trading him for some second rounders some way, somehow. Bro, I keep saying Bryce Harper when I talk about him. That is also, I don't blame you, bro. I would also keep, like, I mean, I am a baseball fan, but, like, I would also probably be saying Bryce Harper if I was a Phillies fan. Yeah, like, yeah, that's, I don't blame you for that at all. No, I can't get his name right. No, bro, I said Ron Harper like it was like 2 streams ago on here. I kept saying Ron Harper, and it's just because I'm just so used to Ron Harper. But yeah, I was like, I was like, oh my god, I just said Ron Harper like 5 times in a row, like that. I was so pissed off at myself, like Dylan Harper, Dylan Harper, Dylan Harper, please. I kind of see Bill Zealous if he develops being similar to Larry Markkinen. In terms of like overall game, or in terms of like his role on offense. So I see Markkinen as like an ideal third guy. Okay, if you see like Boozelis as like a third option, then I can agree with you with that. In terms of their game, though, like I think they're very different. Like, role, okay, yeah. Like I mean, Boozelis clearly. I mean, I think Boozelis is better at finishing at the rim than being a shooter, right? Markkinen, I think Markkinen is a guy that severely. Like, he actually really relies on others to help set him up. I think Boozelis will be a little bit better in terms of being able to kind of create a little bit more for himself off the dribble. But not like significantly more. But I can definitely see what you're saying, just like role as like the third option for sure. Like I could see that. I call it the Porzingis archetype. That's actually not bad. I think it's still obviously a little bit different, which in terms of how they score. But yeah, maybe. Which is that you have 2 guys that are just overall great scorers. Yeah, and but they need help to be set up, right? Like they can't go ahead and like score by themselves, right? Like they just have to. They need either help getting someone opening up the shot for them, or playing off of someone else, right? Then. And then a third guy who scores a ton of points off being a mismatch. Right, yeah. Hope he's more Franz than Lowry. I would also hope he's more Franz than Lowry. I have been talking to my friend David, though. He's a Magic fan who watches every game. Like, Franz, I mean, his numbers are insane this year. But in terms of being a point guard, he's not a point guard. But yeah, in terms of what Franz has been able to do in terms of like being a pick-and-roll wing, like, oh, I'd be so happy. I'd be so happy if he turns to more of a Franz than Lowry, because then I think he's like he could legit be your second option. But yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a while until we see. But he's taken. I think Boozelis is really taking the right steps, honestly, this year. My biggest thing coming into this year is like, okay, well, I need you to be able to work within the offense without the basketball, and be able to shoot the 3-ball with full confidence and not hesitate. And he's done just that. And then he's shown me more, where he's creating off the dribble. He's doing, spin cycle layups. Like, he's running some pick and roll sets when he gets the opportunity to. Like, it looks really good for him. I do think his dribble is still a bit clunky right now, which is fine. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I do think that needs to get cleaned up for him a little bit more, which I expect that to. Like, Boston obviously has Tatum and Brown. Porzingis against teams that don't have size or base that can cover stretches. Porzingis is just free points. That's the kind of third option he is to me. So he's just a constant mismatch on the floor, no matter who's guarding. Whether it's a smaller guy, so he uses his size, and then if he's being guarded by a bigger guy, he uses his speed overall. Like, yeah, probably, honestly. That could honestly be like a really solid third option kind of path for Boozelis. Yeah, I hope, man. I really hope that is the case, where you can like turn into something like that. Be a consistent, reliable third option. Then obviously defensively, I think defensively moving forward, like I have him as a guy that can, in terms of like I go off of stocks, right? So like I say 3 stocks a game, steals and blocks. I mean, in terms of already for what we've been seeing this year from Boozelis, man, like his per 36 numbers in terms of blocks, so far this year. I mean, he's averaging 2.1 blocks per game per 36. It probably won't exactly be like up there if he like gets like consistent starter minutes, but I honestly think that he could honestly average 2 blocks per game. In terms of steals, though, maybe it's just 1, right? So that's usually I say potential to have like 3 stocks a game. That's very impactful, right? Having 3 stocks a game and like 4 deflections a game. That's a very impactful player. Yeah. I hope, man. Like, that would be awesome if he can like turn into that. Just want to really quickly see his numbers. I haven't really looked at his splits since he's gone to the starting lineup. mean, granted, like even this year, like the fact that he's averaging 0.8 blocks per game this year on like 15 minutes a game is crazy to me. Yeah, so as a starter this year, granted he's only getting 26 minutes per game, but he's averaging a 1 block per game and 0.8 steals. So, you know, if let's say the number's 30 minutes, maybe it's like a block and a half, maybe, and then like a steal per game, so maybe like 2.5 stocks a game. Like, but either way, though, we're looking at a very impactful player. Morgan clearly can't lead a team to relevance with what he is, but if you put him as like a third option on a team like Golden State Warriors or Dallas, he'd be a mismatch. Oh, I completely agree. Yeah, and he'd have the players to set him up properly to get open looks and be a mismatch. Now, granted, I will say, now Morgan had a good game tonight, but Marketing overall this year has been pretty mid. Like, he's been like pretty bad this year. He's missed a lot of time. He's probably not fully healthy, but I mean, he's shooting coming into tonight, bro. He's shooting 42% from the field. 34% from 3-point range. Pretty mid, honestly. Like this is like a very mid year for Lowry. This is not great, honestly. This is his like sophomore season type game, like type of season for him. Like this is not that great. He's also averaging significantly less rebounds. Don't know what's up with that, but I do think that he's been pretty mid this year. But when Lowry is right, like I definitely agree with what you're saying. Miles is tall, lengthy, sneaky, strong, has good handles that allow him to get into the paint or create his own shot a bit in the future. So I think he's gonna pick on guys when he develops. I agree with that. Yeah, I think he will be able to pick on definitely the smaller players. Hopefully he'll be able to pick on the bigger players once he gets that strength to finish inside consistently. He's got a hard to move contract too. Oh, bro, that Marketing contract, bro. Like, if people think the Levine contract was bad, this I'm very concerned about moving forward. I am very concerned about this. Like, this is crazy to me. Yeah, not feeling too good about this right now. 4 years, 195. He's making more money than Levine this year. He's gonna be making about the same money as Levine next year, and then more money than Levine in the player option. Like, it's just oof. I like Marketing, and like Marketing has talented guys around him too, not stars but solid players. There's 3 good point guards on their team that can set him up, etc. I mean, yeah, but I don't know why he's having such a bad year this year. Like, your 7-footer that, yes, he's mostly a 3-point shooter, but your 7-footer that is, you know, he's had an all-star year with you, is shooting 42% from the field. Like, that's not good enough. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is kind of what I like to call like the Danilo Gallinari year, where that's kind of also what I thought Lowry was just going to turn to Danilo Gallinari, honestly. But like, this is kind of like what I do call like the Danilo Gallinari year, where it's like he averages like enough points per game where you're just like, okay, yeah, you're a nice scorer, but you're not efficient enough to the point where it's like, yeah, this is like very impactful, and you're, I guess in Lowry's case it's different, but like you're not going to be a better scorer than what you are. Now, Lowry has shown he could be a better scorer. He's had years, but this year has been pretty bad for him, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that thrilled with how he's played this year, which is like, if you're wondering about my whole take on Lowry about the Bulls situation, I'm not that upset that we gave up on him. Like, I would have also given up on him, honestly. I was not happy with how he played here. And let's be honest with ourselves, like, Cleveland like couldn't figure him out either. And they played him at small forward too. So I'm not that upset. You know, him going to Utah and he's having his best years there on bad teams, like, sure, like, have fun, man. I'm glad you're comfortable. I'm glad you're having a good time. But you know, it's not like you're going out and you're suddenly like, you know, winning and you're averaging like 25 on like a winning team suddenly. It's not his fault that Utah is bad, but I do think that him being like the main scoring option has helped them a lot here. Pistons fans really wanted us to trade for Lowry at some point, and I get it, but like, he's done nothing. Great skill set and profile, but I'm more trusting a less expensive guy that fits the profile of a number 3 guy but plays defense. I mean, trading for Lowry, like, after like in his, you know, when he got that Cleveland contract that he got that night he got traded to Utah with, maybe, you know, if you want like a consistent third option, but for you guys specifically, I don't think it makes any sense at the time. And now though, I mean, absolutely not. You're definitely not taking that contract for a third option. No shot. For a guy that needs help getting set up and he doesn't play any defense and right now isn't rebounding as effectively as he should be, yeah, you're not taking that. Yeah, I completely agree with everything you just said, Joby. Yeah, I think Lowry's stuck in Utah, which I think he wants to be stuck in Utah, honestly, for the rest of his career, which is fine. Like, I'm not here to, like, you know, like, I'm not here to be like, oh, he needs to get out of Utah. I just think with kind of how it all worked out for him, like, I think he's just feeling most comfortable in Utah. But I think he's probably, due to his injury history and now with this contract, and yeah, he doesn't play defense either. He's probably stuck there, and that's fine with me. I don't need him, honestly, going anywhere else. Like, I don't, you know, it is what it is. I'm glad he figured it out, but I'm not like losing sleep over it, honestly. I'm glad that he figured it out though. Michael Porter Jr. puts up identical numbers, but he's the number 3 on Denver. Oh, I mean, yeah. Like, in an ideal sense, Lowry would go to like a Denver and put up Michael Porter Jr. numbers. But let's be honest with ourselves. Would he? Don't know about that, honestly. I'd have my doubts about that, honestly. I would say Lowry won't be a 18 point per game guy when he gets relegated third option. I agree. I think I agree like with like how he's looked this year. Like if he's looking like how he looked in this All-Star season, then I think he'll hit that easily or even go above it. But with the way he's looked this year as the main guy this year, and he's not, I don't know if he's just not 100% or what, but it just has not been that good of a year for him. His efficiency is very low for a 7-footer. Which again, I understand he mostly shoots threes, but his efficiency is way too low this year. He needs to be much better this year. Now, granted, again, you guys are trying to, you know, figure things out. I'm not like, it's not like that important that he plays well. I mean, the Jazz are down here for a reason. Wait, is that? Oh my god, bro! I did not realize the Pelicans are on a 12-game losing streak or 10-game losing streak again, man. Oh my god. So Jesus, man, the Jazz are actually above the Pelicans now in the standings. That's just God, man. What is jeez, New Orleans? I mean, hey, I guess that's the plan, right? You gotta be the worst of the worst, honestly, for New Orleans this year. Just go be bad. This season's already messed up anyway. You traded BI for a first-round pick. Good job there, but whew. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm gonna assume the Wizards are gonna be the worst team in the league still at the end of the season, but I mean, like, the fact that it's actually this close, like, the fact that like they're like within games of each other right now, like, I can't believe that, honestly, from Utah and New Orleans, man. I genuinely can't believe that. All right. So I'm happy that I was able to do a long stream tonight. I promise you guys a long stream tonight. So as we're gonna finish with this stream, first and foremost, if you've not already hit the like button on the stream, please do, helps me out a ton. Thank you for everyone that has checked in on the stream tonight. If I screw around, fall below Charlotte, I mean, yeah, like, they've already pretty much done that, haven't they? Like, whew. But I want to just, as we wrap up stream, I want to talk about the All-Star break. Do we talk about women's strike getting rescinded? Oh, I don't know if we have ever talked about that, honestly, on stream. Yeah, so when it comes to that whole thing, I won't lie, I'm kind of shocked by the whole Williams trade getting rescinded. Now, granted, I knew about Mark Williams' injury history, but I'm just kind of shocked at that, because it honestly kind of sounds like that the Hornets try to like do a quick one by the league. The Lakers, like, I'm not saying that they have like an amazing training staff or anything like that, but I mean, NBA teams, they rarely fail guys on their physical. The fact that they did that it really tells me that there's something wrong with him. Um, so for Charlotte, like, the fact that they're even trying to like contest this is kind of shocking to me. That they're like, no, he's fine. The Lakers are just being weird. Like, they just maybe had, you know, buyer's remorse or whatever. Like, it's kind of weird. I think Charlotte looks really sketchy right now. That they're like, no, he was fine. We completely disagree with this ruling, and we think that we should be, you know, the Lakers should be like penalized or something for failing a guy that shouldn't have failed his physical or whatever it is. So that's crazy, bro. My biggest thing about this that just I feel the worst about is just the players involved, because I'm sure that everybody that was traded in this deal was looking at getting, is looking at getting new places in their new spots, right? I think I heard the rumor that Cam Reddish sold his house, and suddenly that's just, messed up for him, and he has to come back, and it's just like, what the hell? Like, Dalton Connect looks pretty pissed off, and I would also be pissed off too. It's a very awkward situation now. But yeah, that's an insane thing that happened. Lakers just signed Alex Len, so at least that's gonna help them. But I mean, that's a major blow for the Lakers, man. Like, I think Mark Williams, again, forget the injury history for a second, I think he is the perfect center for Luka moving forward, and so I'm sure the Lakers are gonna go and they'll find someone else. But it is a very awkward thing going on, and it kind of does suck for everyone involved, honestly. I think it was a good trade for both teams. It wasn't, I actually think it was this weird scenario where it's like, oh, one team is saved because it was such an awful deal. Like, if the Dallas Mavericks, trade didn't happen between Luka and AD, like, we're like, oh my god, the Mavericks are saved. Like, the NBA saved Nico Harris's job or whatever. But it wasn't one of those deals. It was like, I think both teams did well in this deal, and now all of a sudden it gets hella awkward. Because you gotta bring back players that were just notified that they're getting sent over to the other coast. So yeah, that's a really rough situation. So yeah, I feel bad for everyone involved in the deal. I really feel bad about their whole living situations. None of their faults, right? It is just, it's the NBA at the end of the day, so these things unfortunately happen from time to time. But if you're the Lakers now, like, who's your center you're looking at? Like, do you go trade for Nick Claxton? I probably wouldn't, but I mean, he's a pretty solid option. I mean, Miles Turner's a free agent this offseason. I know you don't have much money, but he's a free agent this upcoming offseason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know who the best option is out there for them, for their rim running center, unless you're gonna go and get Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively, honestly, which is very funny. So, yeah, options are thin, because clearly you're not gonna go and trade for Mark Williams again, because there's clearly something wrong with him from your medical staff that they notified you. It's like, yeah, we can't accept this. Medically, there is something very wrong with him. So, good luck. Honestly, don't know who you're gonna go and get. Probably have to go draft somebody or something like that. Take a risk on a draft prospect. I mean, I guess Clint Capella. Like, if you're gonna, let's just like throw an opportunity at a guy, right? But yeah, I'm not sure who their next option would be. That's gonna be cheap enough where they can get him and then hopefully keep him around for a while. Gonna get more awkward too. LA versus Charlotte, first game out of the break. Oh my god, that's crazy. Was that one of those games that got rescheduled because of the fires too? Oh man, that's a crazy. That is very nuts, honestly. Yeah, not happy about that whole thing, honestly, if I was Lakers or Hornets fan. But we move on. Gotta figure out the next trade, honestly, which you might really need to get Connect out of there, because he might never really want to play for you ever again because of that whole situation, which I don't blame him. Like, I really would not blame him, honestly, if he's just like, I don't want to play. I didn't even check his box score tonight. What did he do tonight? Did he even play tonight? I should have played tonight. Pretty bad L tonight with Larry. He did go off. Yeah, Connect got some minutes. Hit 3 threes, 10 points. Not bad. Yeah, but still, awkward as hell. Luka's still on a minutes restriction, so not too bad for the Lakers overall tonight. But still bad. That you should have won this game. All right, we're gonna officially start wrapping up stream here. Talk about the All-Star break. So I won't lie, I have not kept up fully with all the info about this whole stuff. So here I'm gonna actually click this tab and just kind of look into how things are gonna look at, or how we're gonna look at things. So Rising Stars, here we go. I don't what is yeah, I honestly I don't even know how. Okay, so yeah, it's team Mitch Richmond, it's team Tim Hardaway Sr., it's team Chris Mullen, and team Jeremy Lin. Okay, cool. So yeah, I know about Dama Sanogo. He was supposed to be on this team, but he is currently injured, so he will not be participating in this. So that does kind of suck. And he would have been part of the G League team, if you're wondering. Like, Adama Sanogo was a part of this. He was picked for the G League team, but unfortunately, he will not be participating, which is, I understand it. Unfortunately, Montes Buzelis did not make it, and I think he should have made it, but, it is what it is. But this is very clearly they're going to have these teams face off against each other, and then whichever team wins then is going to be participating in the All-Star game, right? Which we had the Shaq, Kenny, and Chuck draft here happen, and then Candace Parker will be coaching the Rising Stars team that won the Rising Stars Challenge game. So very interesting overall. I don't really love the All-Star format. We'll see how this works out this year, but these games are going to go by pretty quickly because I guarantee you no one's going to be like really willing to sit around for multiple games and just kind of lag on, and it's gonna be interesting. It's also just the reason why I'm also just not a fan of this is that I think that most fans want to tune in and watch their favorite player. So like I'm sure, for example, like with you, Joby, right? Like I think that you're gonna mostly tune in when Cade Cunningham's on the floor, right? So when Kenny's young stars are playing, I think that you're probably gonna tune in the most. So whenever Kenny's young stars isn't gonna be playing, so whether that's the first game where they don't match up against whoever, and it's the other two teams, or this team gets eliminated first, you probably won't really care too much, honestly. But maybe I'm wrong, but I wouldn't be shocked if other people had that same sort of idea about how they view their All-Star experience. So I have major questions about this whole thing. I'm not loving it personally. I think that this format's weird, but hopefully it at least gets it gets to some sort of some sort of competitiveness, honestly. Because you beat Wemby last year, can't embarrass them again. Plus the Thompson twins get to play on the same team. That is true. Yeah. Well, the Fonz is gonna be the Rising Stars team. No, I did say that, by the way. But yeah. So I guess if All-Stars team makes it, then you'll be interested no matter what, I guess. So yeah, you'll have two teams to watch. Yeah. I did say that. I did say that the winner of the Rising Stars teams plays the All-Star, plays an All-Star game. But yeah, you'll have many people to watch if All-Stars team makes it out. So yeah, you'll probably be fine. But I mean, like, let's just say, for example, like if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, like you're probably only care if Anthony Edwards is on the floor. Like you don't have anyone else in the Rising Stars game, right? So I mean, unless I'm wrong, like I don't think you do. Yeah, I mean Leonard Miller, I guess. But yeah, Youngest will play the Demons. Oh, I know for sure. I mean, the Youngest will play harder than the actual All-Stars for sure. No, I think the Rising Stars actually have a legit chance of winning it all. I really do. I think that these younger players are going to absolutely be trying to go 110% and be like, hey, see, we beat LeBron. Like that, I would not be shocked if that is the case. Like that they come out and try to like give their best effort. So I'm hoping just for better competitiveness overall, but I doubt it. I have my doubts still. My biggest thing, honestly, I'm looking forward to. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Steph has officially confirmed being part of the 3-point contest. Or am I wrong about that? Oh, I guess not. I guess I am wrong. Oh my god. Wow. I thought Steph actually confirmed about being in it. All right, he's not in it. So, it's funny that Buddy Hield's gonna be in it. That's very funny. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm disappointed now. I thought Steph was gonna be a part of this. It's in San Francisco anyway, so I was just like, hey, I mean, it's your home city. Go and shoot in the contest. I'm shocked that he's not in it. So, it'll be interesting to see this one though. Don't know who I have my bets on, honestly. Funnily enough, as much as Buddy Hield has struggled recently, Buddy Hield, when he doesn't take a dribble, is like actually like a really solid. Like, I mean, he's like one of the best 3-point shooters in the world when he just doesn't dribble. But when he does take at least one dribble, his 3-point percentage like drops dramatically. So I honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if he actually somehow won that, just because the 3-point contest is weird. I just wanted to quickly look at those splits, by the way. Because Buddy Hield is just a weird player, man. All right, splits, and we're gonna, or actually, I might have to go to tracking and scoring. I'll go to the shot stats dashboard here. I just want to really quickly look at this, just how badly his splits are. Okay, so catch and shoot 3-point shot. He is shooting basically 40% on catch and shoot 3-point attempts this season. When he takes a pull-up, he's shooting 29% on pull-up threes this season. When he takes one dribble, or he takes 0 dribbles, he is shooting 40% from 3-point range. When he takes one dribble, he shoots 33%. 2 dribbles, 33%. When he takes 3 to 6 dribbles, he shoots 17% from 3-point range. Like, just don't dribble, bro. Like, just shoot the ball. If you catch the ball, you're kind of open for 3-point range, just shoot it. Don't take a dribble. Like, dead ass. Don't dribble unless it's necessary. So because of that, he might actually have a legit shot at winning this, which, I mean, everyone does, but he might actually win this. If I had to take a random just bet right now, I'm probably choosing Cam Johnson. That'd be my bet personally. 7 Jalen Brunson gonna be full court blitz by Thompson, Twins, and Tumani Kamara. I mean, that'd actually be interesting to watch, honestly. I would actually love to see that. Doesn't Steph usually get to face the winner of the 3-point contest? Is that how it goes? Is that really how it goes right now? I don't actually know. Is that like a new thing? Because that would be very new to me. I don't think so. I think Steph is just gonna be like doing like the whole, I don't know if it's like a celebrity thing. Like he might do like a celebrity 3-point contest thing, like so with someone else. Like I know they try to get Caitlin Clark in, but she said she's not gonna do it this year. She might do it the next year though. Women's All-Star. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Okay. I'm sad. I thought Steph was actually participating this year. I saw some tweets saying that Steph's gonna participate or something like that. I guess it was just a bait. But I'm sad. I thought Steph was gonna participate this year because it's in San Francisco. Like, I mean, why not? Like, you're gonna be there anyway. Like, you're gonna be participating in the All-Star game anyway. Like, why not participate? So, that's sad. I thought Steph. I was actually gonna be like really tuning in for the 3-point contest, but all right, I don't know. I mean, I'll still probably watch. Skills challenge. I mean, I don't know about this, bro. Like, the Rooks look bad. I think the Spurs and Cavs have the best bet here. Warriors, I have big concerns about the 3-point shooting in that contest. So we'll see. Biggest thing though for me is that Montes Buzelis will be in the dunk contest, so I will obviously be tuning in for that. He had some coaching from Levine, so I mean, he got a 2-time slam dunk champion to coach you, so I'm hoping to see something special. It's been already rumored that he has at least 2 dunks that he thinks no one's ever seen before. So I'm hoping that he gets them first try and we're all shocked at what he just did. Yeah, I'm hoping this goes well for him. I'm really hoping that this is gonna he's gonna go and win this, because I think Mac McClung is very good. I know Andre Jackson Jr. is very athletic. Stephon Castle has also had his moments this year. But Buzelis is the tallest of them all. So he's already going to be looked at as like, well, you're the tallest, so you can make the dunks the easiest. So let's see it, bro. Hoping for some good, good moments. Hope he wins it. It's a tough contest though. Dunk contest has been rough overall recently. Since obviously the Levine and Gordon dunk contest. I think what the dunk contest Donovan Mitchell won was also pretty solid, which I think was like 2019. I think that was it. I'm not entirely sure what year that was though. But overall, I did think that was a pretty solid dunk contest. But after that, man, I won't lie, it's been really rough. So not looking forward to that, honestly. But either way, I'll still be tuning in to watch the All-Star weekend overall. So definitely, if you're a Bulls fan, tune in for the dunk contest just to cheer on Buzelis. If you don't watch the All-Star game, I don't blame you. I honestly don't blame you. It's been bad recently, but hopefully it will have some sort of competition this year, because it's been a bad thing to watch recently. If you're also not aware, because I know some of you are not like NASCAR fans, but it is also the Daytona 500 this upcoming weekend. So I'm sure a lot of people are gonna be like, well, it's the Great American Race this upcoming weekend. Like, it's the same day as the All-Star game. Like, you better be putting on quite a show, honestly, for the All-Star game. If the times won't conflict, but it's like, people might only want to watch one thing, and it's like, well, we're gonna watch the Daytona 500 instead. So I'm just like, NBA, you better have done this right, or else I really don't have any faith in you. Yeah, so looking forward to seeing how this goes. Praying it's gonna be better, and hope things work out better overall this year. All right, after that though, Bulls don't play until next Thursday on February. So on February, on in Madison Square Garden in New York. So we don't play until the 20th. So Bulls did somehow beat the New York Knicks in Madison Square Garden this year in their one matchup in Madison Square Garden. Knicks then came. Oh no, are we 2-0 against the Knicks this year? I think we're actually 2-0 against the Knicks this year, which is funny. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know we beat the Knicks twice this year. I know that for sure. But we had Zach in both, and Zach had big games in both those games. So I don't expect anything special from the Bulls in this one, but in terms of streams though, I'm not gonna be seeing you guys for a while. So all I'm gonna say is that for to stay connected with you guys, I have some plans. You might see a video be dropped on this channel, just kind of going over a couple things I want to talk with you guys and just make a video out of it. But also I have talked about that I have wanted to be starting streaming on Twitch when it comes to like video games and stuff like that, and making a YouTube gaming channel as well. So I just want to go ahead and say that I will be releasing that during this break. So not sure how much I will be able to stream of it, but I will be releasing that during this break. That stuff will be getting sent out, and the information for that will be sent out. So if you're wondering about that sort of info, if you go on the community tab, whenever that does release, it will be on the community tab. It'll pop up in your subscription feed. Sorry. And I'll be starting that whole thing up. So yeah, so we'll be, obviously this channel is gonna be taking a little bit of a break here, with obviously there's no post-game streams, right? And the Bulls won't be playing for the next 8 days, but I'll be sticking up to date with you guys. I promise you I will. And you'll see me somehow, but I will be at least releasing the info for the new channel, for the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel and stuff like that. That will be coming out during this break when we don't have NBA games here. So I promise you that it will be coming out, and I'll be getting onto that for sure. And looking forward to it, honestly. I've been happy with the community that we built here. I understand it's like and a lot of people would be like, well, why don't you just just continue doing just stream whatever on here. I wanted us to make sure that this is just a Bulls channel, or sorry, more specifically to like an NBA channel. Like it is specific Bulls, right? Specifically, it is just mostly the Bulls, but it is mostly NBA, right? I don't want to just like randomly just like start streaming Valorant on here, and like the algorithm gets like, what the hell is this? Like you're a sports channel, but now you're playing Valorant. Like it makes no sense. So I do want to go ahead and like make that other channel. I also want to try streaming on Twitch for the first time. I've never done it, so I want to just kind of see that experience and just see how it goes. I will say I have enjoyed YouTube streaming. This channel is not going anywhere, but I am aware that YouTube is not really prioritizing streaming anymore. So I understand it's like, Twitch might be the way as we moving forward, which is fine. Valorant support, I agree. I mean, I watch VCT all the time. But obviously it's like NBA, Chicago Bulls basketball, and then all of a sudden we're talking about Leviathan or MIBR and OSPAS. Like it doesn't make any damn sense. Like I'm sure the algorithm's just like, what the hell did I just say? Like what are we talking about? Like Masters Bangkok, like what does that mean, right? Like yeah, I can understand why. I mean, I'm sure that a bunch of you that if you just watch that moment that only come in to watch Bulls stuff is like, what the hell did he just talk about? Like like I'm sure you guys are like, what are you saying? But I mean, that's the reason why I want to make the other channel, right? Because I do love Valorant, and I'm extremely invested into VCT. But I don't want to just do it on here. It makes no damn sense. So other channel will be coming out soon, I promise you. That is going to be coming out, and it will be a fun time, honestly. That will probably be something I do a lot more of, like in the off season, in terms of like just making content with it. But obviously, we'll stream on there from time to time during the season. But mostly during the season, though, it is, I'm on here a lot and making Bulls content, streaming after Bulls games, etc. So yeah, just be on the lookout for it. I appreciate you guys a lot. You guys have given me the opportunity to go ahead and make this sort of channel where I feel comfortable enough to like, do it and be like, okay, I'm not gonna be like getting like no viewers or anything like that, just wasting my time. I think you guys have actually like some of you have actually like pushed me to go ahead and make it, because I've been kind of slacking on it, and so I sincerely do appreciate you guys, helping me get to this spot and being supportive of me. It's been a lot of fun this year, and I hope to bring more to you guys in terms of just fun overall stuff, and we'll have some fun together. So that's gonna be coming out. But with that being said, though, the stream is gonna end right now. Thank you guys so much for, I guess if you want to call this like the halfway point of the season. I wouldn't personally, but sure, it is the All-Star break. It's been a lot of fun with you guys. This has been one hell of a season so far in terms of my the post-game streams here. It's been so much fun with you guys. And so thank you guys so much for everything that you've been given to me and also to the community this year. It's been a lot of fun talking to you guys, just going over things with you guys, and hearing your opinions, you guys hearing my opinions. It's been a lot of fun, and it's not going anywhere. We'll be continuing to do this for the rest of obviously this year into the off season, and then obviously more seasons to come. So thank you guys so much for this. Again, new Twitch channel and the YouTube channel will be coming out soon during this break of NBA games for us. No Bulls games specifically, and we'll have some fun with that hopefully from time to time. So yeah, thank you guys again. I can't thank you guys enough. This has been just an absolute joy this year. I can't even explain how much I've enjoyed this year. This Bulls team sucks, and we're honestly on our way to hell, but this makes it all really enjoyable, so thank you. If you're not already hit the like button on the stream, please do, helps me out a ton. You guys have been awesome with the likes recently, so thank you for that. And I'll be seeing you guys soon. Mark your calendar, Noah Schultz first start on the 26th. I did see that. I'm praying to God that that's gonna be broadcasted. It probably won't be, but I'm hoping that it will be broadcasted. I'll be so happy Noah Schultz gets that broadcasted, but it probably won't be. But I'm very excited for it, honestly. AV Breeze. I'm looking forward to seeing Noah Schultz at spring training. Hopefully we get to see him at least at some point on the broadcast, because that man's looking great. I'm really excited for him. I mean, he's 6'10", bro. A 6'10" left-handed side armor, like, oh my god. hoping for best luck on that path. Appreciate it, Joe B. Thank you for checking in, Joe B. I know that this is like heading into enemy territory for you, but I sincerely appreciate it. Giving your input and hearing your overall thoughts on the Pistons. I'm sorry I didn't ask you enough questions. I should have asked you more questions about the Pistons and overall how you think, but I sincerely do apologize about that. I didn't ask you enough. Thanks for XLR streaming. Thank you, B Breeze. Nah, I ain't afraid of the Bulls. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be, honestly. You definitely shouldn't be afraid of the Bulls right now. Chicago Sports next spring training broadcast schedule coming out soon. I'm sure they'll have that one. I hope, bro, but I don't have any faith in them right now. Like the Chicago Sports Network, I just expect the worst, honestly. They're streaming online last year too. They were, but it was inconsistent. Like it wasn't every game. But yeah, I'm hoping it's the best thing. Nah, man, came here to learn. I hope you learned something here. That's my goal, honestly, is just to teach people with some of the stuff. But I know everyone has their opinion on things, so you know, everyone's welcome here. I will always respect your guys' opinion. I'm always gonna give you mine though, with my evidence and everything. But I hope you learned something here. Appreciate it a lot. All right, y'all. Streams on here it's gonna be taking a little bit of a break as the NBA is gonna be in a little bit of a break here. Unless something crazy happens, like you know, some crazy like injury does happen or something like that, or some crazy coach firing. I won't probably be streaming on here until the 20th. So thank you guys a lot for this year so far. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll be seeing you guys whenever after this game ends, which is going to be in next Thursday. So it's gonna be a little bit from now. So yeah, can't thank you guys enough, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, peace out, y'all. Stay warm. Holy crap, man, this snow today was insane. Stay safe out there. Peace.